We Germans know a world in which might makes right would be a dark place. Our country has gone down this path in the 20th century until the bitter and dreadful end. Today, we embark on a different, a better path. Our biggest strength remains the ability to forge partnerships, alliances, and organizations based on the law and on rules anchored in respect and trust, and that believe in the power of freedom. After 1945, it was mostly the United States, our friends in the United States, that sparked our enthusiasm for this bright idea here in Germany. We will never forget that. On this foundation, NATO became the strongest political alliance in history. We remain faithful to this idea, with all our power and passion, with decency and solidarity, with creativity and courage. We carry this idea into this new age for a future that is not dark, ladies and gentlemen, but bright, a great time for us, but especially for the generations of our children and grandchildren, who rely on us in these weeks and months to do the right thing. And we are determined to do that.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Merz. We have only a few minutes for just a couple of questions, and I will use my role here to throw the first question at you. I'd like to ask a question about our relationship with Russia. The discussions which are currently being conducted with Russia about the future of Ukraine are being conducted essentially exclusively by our American friends. Your colleague Emmanuel Macron has recently expressed himself in favor of a direct European channel of communications with the Kremlin. You have expressed, if I can put it that way, doubts about the usefulness of that. But isn't it, when we think and we talk about European sovereignty, isn't it something that we should somehow try to manage better and not leave this only to our American friends? Give us your views.
Wolfgang, many thanks for this important question. And this is a question we ask ourselves almost every week and every month. My first remark is that we are closely linked to those who are talking with the Russian side, be it the United States of America or be it Ukraine itself. We are well coordinated, and there is nothing which is not negotiated, at least talked about with both sides before. My second remark is the following. There was somebody from the European Union, a prime minister, who traveled to Moscow on his own. This is almost 2 years ago. He had no mandate. He went there. He achieved nothing. And the week after, we saw the heaviest attacks on civil infrastructure, on private homes, on hospitals we had ever seen until this time. So if it makes sense to talk, we are willing to talk. But as you can see with the American side, Russia is not yet willing to talk seriously. And my personal guess is, this is my personal view, that this war will only end when Russia is at least economically, potentially militarily exhausted. We are approaching this time, but we are approaching this time. And I said that in my speech, that we did a lot to achieve that, but we are not yet there. Russia has to give up this terrible war against Ukraine. And we have to do everything what is needed to bring them to the point where they see no further advantages for them to continue this terrible war. We are not yet there, but look, this war is now lasting longer than the Second World War. It's terrible. Russia has it in its hand to stop it. But we have it in our hand, and this is America and Europe and Ukraine together, to bring them to this point, to stop it. And we have to do everything what is possible in our hands to do that, militarily, economically, politically, diplomatically, whatever. And if it makes sense to talk, we are ready to talk, but they have to concede that they are really willing to talk about a ceasefire and then about a peace plan.
Thank you. We have time for one or two questions from the audience. Who will pose the first question? Please, where's the microphone? Microphone? Gentleman in the second row. Please be kind enough to identify yourself.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I'm the President of Montenegro. Dear Chancellor, I do want to ask you, what do you think, what is in your opinion the baseline scenario about the dynamics of the EU accession? You know that Montenegro is one of 10 candidate countries that are currently interested to join the club. And do you believe that also the enlargement of the Union is another part of making Europe more competitive on the world stage? Thank you very much.
Definitely, the answer is yes. And Ursula von der Leyen and myself, we are completely agreeing on that. We have promised the accession to become member of the European Union to many countries, especially in your region. And we had our meeting in December with the West Balkan states and the European Council in Brussels. And frankly, I'm feeling more and more uncomfortable with our approach to your countries. We have to reopen a new strategy, how to bring these countries closer to the European Union. I don't want to lose you. You are part of the European continent, and therefore you are potentially part of the European Union. And I know that this is a consensus. There is an elephant in the room. Everybody knows that here in this room, who is against it. But we have to overcome that. This is, until now, it's unanimous vote in the European Council to open the next chapter. But we have to overcome that. And the latest after the elections, which will take in April, hopefully we will be able to open the next chapters and to bring you closer and closer to the European Union at the very end as members.
Chancellor Merz, thank you so much. I think you succeeded in setting the tone for the 62nd Munich Security Conference. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue in just a minute. Please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. We'll continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the editor-in-chief of The Economist, President Merz.
I have a gift for you.
All right. Good afternoon. Is this working? Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Shh. Can I ask you to take your seats or at least quieten your voices? Shh. Because we are now going to follow on from that remarkable opening address by Chancellor Merz to discuss whether, well, our essay question is the international order between reform and destruction. But I think we've kind of realized that actually something fundamental has shifted. And those of you who were in the room a year ago, we got an inkling of this with Vice President Vance's speech last year. But I think we now all know that the old order has gone. We've just heard Chancellor Merz say, the order, as flawed as it has been, even in its heyday, no longer exists. We've entered an era that is once again marked by power and big power politics. That is what the German Chancellor just told us. Last month, as you know, many of you will have seen Prime Minister Carney of Canada called it a rupture. And just before he got on his plane to come here to address us tomorrow, Secretary Rubio said, the old world is gone. We live in a new era of geopolitics. So I think we can put to one side the question of whether the old order is over. It is over. And so the question is, what are the characteristics of the new one? Where is it going? How can we shape it? And that is what I hope this extremely distinguished panel of great powers and middle powers, and I won't identify who comes from which, will help us discuss. Kaja Kallas, as you all know, Vice President, High Representative for Foreign Affairs at the European Commission, welcome. Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Major General Pedro Arnulfo Sanchez Suarez, Minister of National Defense from Colombia. And last but absolutely not least, Ambassador Michael Waltz, Ambassador of the United States to the United Nations, and of course, as you know, former National Security Advisor to President Trump. So we have the great powers, we have the middle powers, we have the future being built by all of you now. So let's start. Kaja, let me start with you, if I may. You obviously heard Chancellor Merz just now. First of all, do you agree with him that the old world is gone? And secondly, how would you describe the characteristics of the new world that we are entering?
Yes, I mean, I would take a step back and think why this world order was, put in place first time, and it was because, that there wouldn't be any wars. I mean, if you think about League of Nations after the First World War, it didn't work because there was a war. Then after the Second World War, we had the United Nations so that there wouldn't be any wars. And now we are here. We have a lot of wars going on. So, you know, what is the opposite of the world order? Or a world that is based on rules is, you know, tyranny and wars. And that is clearly where we are now. Now, every time we have had these big international crises, we have seen that we have also developed the international law further. I mean, League of Nations didn't have the elements that the United Nations had. And now we have to look into the future. So how do we really, you know, shape this new world? And one thing that is missing, I think, it is accountability. So that, you know, the rules are there. I think everybody signs up to the United Nations Charter. The principles are there. But what happens if somebody breaches those principles? The accountability is clearly not working. The Security Council is not working the way it was meant to be. The United Nations is not reflecting the world as it currently is. So I think we have to use this opportunity to really develop this world forward, because majority of the countries in the world want rules-based order, want some kind of rules to govern the way we talk, the way we interact with each other.
Prince Faisal, can I ask you, I sometimes, when I'm in your part of the world, people say to me, you know, you Europeans keep going on about the old world order being over, but actually it's always been a might is right world, and you just lived in some kind of a, you know, transatlantic cozy bubble. And actually now you see the world that the rest of us live in. I'm paraphrasing and exaggerating slightly, but is there something to that? Is this whole discussion about the world order changing a transatlantic perspective or a European perspective more than a broader perspective?
I mean, the fact that the conversation is now finally at the forefront is certainly a reflection of a Eurocentric view for that order historically. I mean, obviously it came out of the crisis in Europe. The First World War and the Second World War is what gave us the United Nations, is what gave us the foundations of that world order. So fair enough that there was a certain Eurocentric or transatlantic focus. But that is, the reality is many of us have seen the breakdown of that rules-based order, and the reality that might makes right being very much front and center well before the crisis. I'm very much actually heartened with all that's going on and all the suffering that's being caused by the multitude of wars that we are now dealing with, that actually the conversation is finally taking front and center, that the system isn't working, that it hasn't delivered. It's something that a lot of us have believed for well over a decade, and I think, you know, if 2014 wasn't, you know, enough of a wake-up call, you know, that was unfortunate. But in any case, now, for the first time, I'm actually hearing, even among the great powers, even, you know, when you talk, obviously, you know, the US is leading on some of these things and trying to address these deficiencies, but even within Europe, where there was for a long time an attachment to symbolism rather than the realities on the ground. And, you know, you saw that even when, you know, we tried to address conflicts in various parts of the world, where some of these ideals were kind of an obstacle to actually having real substantive discussions about what are the drivers of these conflicts and how do we try to mitigate those drivers so that those conflicts come to an end. So I'm, to some extent, actually more optimistic than I was last year, because we are actually having these conversations in a much more honest and transparent way, including among the friends in Europe who were, let's say, the most ardent, not adherents, but supporters of the old system, and those that were least willing to admit that it was broken.
But do you think that, I mean, I take your point that perhaps in Europe we are recognizing a world that has existed for many before, but do you think it has become a world that is more might is right, more transactional, less focused on rules?
I think, yes, just because it's become more of a factor even among the biggest players. So it's, you know, historically, I would say if you look back at the last 2 decades, you will see that the people that are affected by this principle have been mainly in the third world, have been mainly in the developing world. Europe, especially, certainly the US, had the luxury of being at a remove and being able to kind of say, no, this is, you know, not impactful on us. I think obviously the war in Ukraine has brought that home more than anything. And that's why we're having this conversation. But it's always been the case. And it's all, I mean, I think if you look even in conflicts in our region, sometimes, you know, it was based on UN mandates, often not.
Minister Sanchez, you are the defense minister of a country that is in a region which I think has, I don't think any more doubt, has seen a very different approach from the United States, particularly in the last 12 months. The new national security strategy articulates it as the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, which we now all call the Donroe Doctrine for short. But it is a very clear assertion of power in the United States' backyard. How do you feel about that? And what does it mean for your country and for your region?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to switch to Spanish in order to have more fluency in my words. Thank you. Primero quiero agradecer esta gran oportunidad.
First of all, I would like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be here to speak with all of you. This is a conversation heard all around the world, and I would also like to greet you on behalf of the President of the Republic of Colombia, President Gustavo Petro, who was unable to come here due to an environmental emergency that we are currently having in Colombia. This just goes to show that things that happen in one part of the world can affect the entire world. The threat of climate change is real, and we are here, of course, to solve that problem together. I had the opportunity to study at Edwards College in Montgomery, Alabama in 2018. And there, I learned about the U.S.'s national security strategy. And I would always ask why the American continent didn't figure into this strategy. They spoke about Russia, China, the multipolar world. It was always focused elsewhere and not in the American continent. But then, last December, there was a new security strategy that was published, and the main focus was the American continent. And for us, this is a fantastic opportunity, because more people die in the United States due to drug-related problems than due to war. In fact, our country, which is battling this foe more than anyone else, more than 2,000 military and police personnel during the past 3.5 years were injured or lost their lives in the fight against drugs. And these are global matters, because drugs are a global problem, but it's also an economic problem. I've been to France and Spain and Qatar, and I've seen how that silent crime can reach those faraway countries, and there are people dying in those countries as well, due to problems related to violence. And when President Trump met with President Petro a week ago, we saw two fundamental elements. First of all, every single country in the world, no matter how powerful they may claim to be, is vulnerable to this worldwide scourge known as disinformation and misinformation. Global Risk says that after interstate conflicts, misinformation and disinformation is the second greatest risk that we are facing. And in a few years, it might become the greatest risk that we will face due to accelerants such as AI, for example. Secondly, misinformation and disinformation reached President Donald Trump, and it made him believe that Colombia was doing nothing to fight against the drug trade. After that meeting, we were able to establish that 316 million people in the world consume drugs. And this makes it very difficult to do away with the drug trade as long as the demand is still there. And Colombia is the country that does the most to fight against the drug trade. And there is no better ally in the Western Hemisphere, and indeed in the world, in the fight against transnational organized crime. So, when we saw that the new strategy mentioned America First, President Petro took the cap that President Trump gave to him and added an S at the end, Americas, because America doesn't just refer to the United States, it refers to the entire continent. And together we can do more than separately.
It is certainly true that your president managed to turn around what had been rather a tricky set of interactions when he came to the White House, because just in the weeks before, I believe President Trump called your president a drug leader and a thug. So, you know, hats off, you turned the rhetoric around, and you're right that in the area of drugs, it is important, you're doing something important, it's important that everyone focuses on it. But I wanted to stand back to ask you how you felt about a strategy which asserts US dominance in the Western Hemisphere as explicitly as this national security strategy does, because that is a very big shift from the old order of the UN and rules. Ambassador, I can see you saying no. I'll come to you in just a second. Let me just ask the minister. Do you think it is a big shift, or are you okay with the fact that the United States thinks that it can do what it likes in its backyard?
The President of the United States doesn't meet with drug traffickers. The President of the United States meets with legitimate heads of state, and that's what happened during that meeting. But there was disinformation that said otherwise. So, President Trump was able to understand that what we've done attacks an economic problem. And this problem has to be dealt with not just with weapons, but also with economic tools. That is why we are trying to convince the rest of the world to purchase cacao instead of coca. When we look at what the United States has been doing, we have seen that every nation is autonomous and they can act for themselves, but the President of Colombia has also stated that there is a global order, that multilateralism exists, that there are organizations such as the United Nations or the Organization of American States to try and tackle these issues. And there is an opportunity there. And what we concluded after the meeting with the United States is similar to what we're saying now. In the case of Colombia, we see a problem that affects us directly, and the main issue is international organized crime. And this is why, alongside the United States, we want to strengthen our defense capacities to do away with this scourge, drug trafficking. That is the focus that our president is maintaining. But it's clear that the United Nations was created so that nations could work together to solve these types of issues. We are in a much more civilized world compared to previous centuries, and I believe that we can create a better world because we all live here. We don't have life on other planets.
Thank you. Ambassador Waltz, you've been very patient as you've been hearing my questions. Two questions for you. You are now ambassador to the United Nations, which is the institution, I would say, that epitomizes the old order most. And yet, your administration and your president is, as we heard from Chancellor Merz, we are in a new world now. And a world, I think, which is one where might is right, or at least power projection is it playing a much bigger role, and where transactions play a bigger role than rules. How do you square that?
Well,
happy to tackle that, and I have a gift for you along those lines. But first, I just wanted to point out what and reinforce what the general said. More Americans die from drugs and fentanyl and transnational crime than in any other type of conflict around the world. So this notion that the United States reasserting its leadership in the Western Hemisphere isn't necessarily new. I'd call it overdue. And Colombia and the United States worked quite well with each other under Plan Colombia in the 1990s, in the 2000s, defeated the FARC narco insurgents. Then we see the transnational gangs that have taken over Haiti, where the United States spent over $1 billion in 2024 to take on. We've now asserted a new UN mandated gang suppression force with a more offensive mandate, and we've seen Maduro, who was basically a state sponsor and state backer of narco-terrorism. He is now removed, and you know who is not wringing their hands? The 8 million Venezuelan refugees, a larger refugee crisis than Syria, mind you, that was destabilizing the region, and my former constituents in Congress, the Venezuelans who were seeking asylum in Florida, with tears of joy, thanking us. So asserting U.S. leadership has been welcomed. And we're hearing again and again behind the scenes, thank you, from a number of countries, 7 of whom will meet with the president in the coming weeks. To the broader point, look, the president has been clear, and my mandate is clear. We needed to put the UN on a diet. Everyone agrees that reform was needed. We are pushing hard for the UN to go back to basics, to that peacemaking and peacekeeping function that was core to its founding. And the biggest problem we've seen is that it's trying to do too much for everyone and be everything to every nation. So what has been a result of this initial push? The UN has agreed to its first budget cut in its history of 15%, just approved this last December. Nearly 3,000 headquarters bureaucrats will be cut. 18% overall personnel cut, 25% peacekeeping cut. We're going to get the UN back to fit to purpose. Again, despite the hand-wringing I hear in the media, what I was just in Geneva with a number of humanitarian agencies, and again, we heard, please keep up the sustained pressure. And I'll just say, you know, we've heard a lot about NATO and the future of multilateralisms and our engagement. Who here would argue that NATO is not in a better place now than it was 10 years ago when less than 7 of its contributors met the bare minimum? And with the president's leadership, we are going to reform the UN to get it fit for purpose and back to basics, much like we've done for NATO. He will do for the UN what he's done for NATO the last 10 years.
Is the president's goal, is the administration's goal to strengthen the UN so that it continues to be more effectively at the fulcrum of a global order? Or is it the goal to also create alternative institutions? I note that the president has created a board of peace, which has a very different membership, and it's...
I have to, wait, because that's a bit of inaccurate information. I won't call it misinformation. The United Nations Security Council created the Board of Peace unanimously with countries such as Pakistan, countries, our friends in the UK, France, and others. So attached to that was the president's 20-point peace plan, which I saw many leaders who are here today show up at Sharm el-Sheikh in relief to sign, because we have the ceasefire in place, because hostages are being released. We now have humanitarian aid going in at levels that the entire world was demanding for, So is it going to work? I hope so, but I can tell you what wasn't working, either Hamas in charge or endless war. So the president has charted a third way, and to the point of the Board of Peace, it built on having our Gulf Arab friends, Muslim majority nations such as Turkey, Pakistan, Indonesia involved. And so to answer your question, what I'd call it is focused multilateralism. We've seen it through this institution that the United Nations blessed. We just saw it through the Critical Minerals Conference. We just saw the first direct flight between Azerbaijan and Armenia in its history, and the first wheat shipments flowing through those countries from Kazakhstan. So I guess I'll just stop with, I have to push back on the premise, the world on the brink, which I think was the name of this panel. We are returning the world from the brink, where it was 18 months ago between Ukraine, Gaza, Iran racing for a nuke, the Houthis shutting down the Suez Canal, the refugee crisis in South America, and on and on. So if you focus on the facts and the results, and if we have to reform multilateralism that hasn't been reformed, frankly, in 80 years, then I think that should be welcomed by the world. And in that guise, I do have my—
Is that for me?
Make the UN Great Again, otherwise known as Munga hat. I brought one for everyone, but they've been so popular. I have one for you, Lanny. We could pass it.
There you go. Thank you. I think we'll give that to Carlos. Luckily, I don't have to respond to your accusations of misinformation because I have the absolute best person to answer this. Do you see the Board of Peace as a strengthening of the overall constellation of global organizations? And if so, why isn't Europe, actively pushing it? Let's start there, and then we'll go on.
Yes, it is true that the United Nations Security Council resolution foresaw a Board of Peace, but it also foresaw that it's limited in time until 2027. It's foresaw that Palestinians have a say, and it also was referring to Gaza, whereas the Board of Peace, as the charter is not referring to any of those. So I think, in the Security Council there is a resolution, but this Board of Peace does not reflect. And one thing, I'm listening to you and I'm thinking, it is very good that you want to reform the international order. What is, I think, for the rest of us, majority of us, important that in the multilateral system there is equality of states. I mean, what Faisal was saying as well, if we reform, then we should actually take into account the world as it currently is, where all the states are equal, and also that nobody is above the law. That's why I'm talking about accountability, that if we have rules that we have agreed to, then, if somebody breaches, even the most powerful countries breach those laws, there's also, some kind of accountability and for these people, because what we see in the world is that very often you have like one guy who decides to start the war against another. So he sends a lot of brothers, fathers, sons to kill other brothers, fathers and sons. And there is no accountability for that one decision that actually gets so many people killed. And I think, if we're talking about the reform of the multilateral system, and I agree that it's good that it's under fire, then that's why it's also on the front of these debates, but we should respect that all states are equal.
Sure. Here's just one thing I would ask everyone to consider. All states are absolutely equal within the UN Charter. The difference, and why the United States is pushing for reform, is the US has historically paid more than 180 countries combined in terms of our dues assessments and voluntary giving. So, of course, when I have to look at mechanics, doctors, nurses, firemen that formerly in my district who are struggling to get their kids to school, but yet I have UN officials who are flying business class around the world, I can't believe that there is an argument against reform. But on the Board of Peace, look, I would just say this, for the people of Gaza, for Israel and the region, there's also a cost to status quo. Status quo was not working. The alternatives were Hamas in charge or Israel in endless conflict. And instead, we have charted a different way, backed by the the countries of the region, and you have 8,000 troops that have now been contributed, publicly announced by Indonesia. You will see more in the coming weeks, and you have billions of dollars that, frankly, some countries were not comfortable putting completely through the UN system. So we have a funding mechanism that's now set up under this Board of Peace Charter, in addition to the Palestinian Technocratic Committee.
I'm conscious that we need to open to questions, but Ambassador, I want you to take the lens up a little bit. And you make a lot of very good points about the need to reform and the need to tighten belts. But at a big picture level...
But no one was doing it. We've talked about it endlessly. Strongly worded letters, a lot of hand-wringing. No one was doing it. And when we're doing it, it's
Ambassador, I take
uncomfortable.
your point. But if you listen to Chancellor Merz, the questions that we are all asking ourselves is the old system, at a big picture system of multilateral rules, engagement, alliances, is changing. And we are wondering what the United States, where it wants to go and what it wants to do. And is it a world of might is right, great power politics, unconstrained? Because, and this is the question to you, does the President believe in a multilateral system where there are rules that would constrain the United States or not?
NATO is stronger because of our leadership and push for the reforms that were badly needed, namely the contributions. The UN will be stronger at the end of this process. The status quo was unsustainable and not working in places like Gaza or Azerbaijan, Armenia. You have to ask yourself, why were we 18 months ago in so many active wars around the world? And I think it's a fair question for the President to say, why hasn't the UN been able to resolve issues like a border dispute between Cambodia and Thailand, or Azerbaijan, Armenia, or we could walk around the world, or Kashmir and India and Pakistan, where we faced a very serious nuclear escalation. So what I'm hearing outside of forums like this privately is, thank you for American leadership. America has to lead. If we have to have more focused plurilateral or focused multilateral organizations to do so, I think that should be perfectly acceptable if we're getting the results that results in peace and security.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you. I think that was actually very clear. Questions? Lady here in the fourth row. If you could identify yourself and keep it very brief.
Thank you. My name is Amal Modellali. I'm a researcher at Princeton University. I have two quick questions. Mr. Waltz, it's good to see you. And
thank you.
Thanks to your efforts, Resolution 2803 was passed and the Board of Peace was established. But the problem that people are having is that the charter of the Board of Peace that came out from the White House later on, it does not mention Gaza, and it talks about solving global problems. Doesn't this go beyond the mandate that you got from the United Nations? Can I have the second question?
Why don't we just stick with that one, because there are a lot of hands went up, and it's a very focused question.
Look, the Board of Peace is absolutely focused on Gaza. I think you will see that in the meeting next week. But in the formation and in its founding documents, the team wanted to leave flexibility to be able to tackle other problems if asked. Again, this was an outcropping of what I think history will look back on, which was an absolutely historic meeting where the President convened the countries of the region and the Muslim majority nations, namely Pakistan, Turkey, and Indonesia. Just a few weeks prior, we had the strike on downtown Doha from the Israelis. There was a lot of concern that would this the diplomatic momentum continue. And just a few months later, we had Sharm el-Sheikh with Abu Mazen from the Palestinians shaking the President's hand in the historic speech at the Knesset. The hostages released, the ceasefire in place, the humanitarian aid flowing, and now an international security force moving. So again, let's focus on the results in Gaza that we're seeing as a result of this action.
Thank you. Gentleman there in the second row.
I'm Mustafa Barghouti from Palestine. I have this question. We are held accountable as Palestinians 3 times a day. Israel is violating the ceasefire already 1,500 times. Who's going to hold Israel accountable? And the second question, how can we call this a board of peace if it has the Prime Minister of Israel in it, but not a single Palestinian in it?
Thank you. Kaya, would you like to answer that? And then maybe Prince Faisal would like to add something.
But this is exactly the point of accountability that I'm saying, that nobody should be above the law. I mean, if we have agreed international rules, then, you know, if you are breaching those rules, then you should also be held accountable, whoever you are.
Prince Faisal?
Certainly, I completely agree. And obviously, it's not a ceasefire if the guns haven't ceased. I think where I'm most concerned is even if the killing has stopped, the dying hasn't. So aid access is still an issue, and I know that the US team is working on that every day. So one of the reasons we're remaining engaged is just because of that, is we do see, it doesn't always translate, unfortunately, into what's happening on the ground, but we do see a consistent engagement on trying to get these things addressed, whether it's the ceasefire violations, whether it's the issue of opening up aid access. And of course, when the resolution was adopted, it was very clear. It included language that addressed the right of the Palestinians for self-determination. So certainly, I know from the Kingdom's perspective, many of those countries that signed on to the resolution, many of those countries that have agreed to join the board, we see this very much as one step on the road to Palestinian self-determination. Obviously, the priority needs to be to stop the dying in Gaza, to stabilize that situation, to start the rebuilding, to build the reassurance that there is no longer a threat from Gaza to its neighbors, and then move that to addressing the issue of Palestinian rights. And with that, you know, we believe very strongly that if we don't address holistically the rights of the Palestinians, including the Palestinians of the West Bank, and here this is very critical, the unity of Gaza and the West Bank needs to be maintained. And that can only happen if we stabilize the situation in Gaza, because there's no linkage with a space that is currently in chaos. So we have a lot more to do. You know, we have a meeting coming up, and I'm sure we'll hear more about what's being done. It's a daily effort to stabilize the situation. All the hostages are out now, so now the focus needs to be getting the lives of the Palestinians in Gaza into a much, much better place, and allowing that then to be the opening towards a pathway towards the Palestinians and the Israelis can live together side by side in peace and in harmony.
And I just would add very quickly, we've had over 4,000 trucks per week moving now since the Sharm el-Sheikh. Number one, it's not enough, but it is exponentially more than it was. And as the minister pointed out, there was language in the peace plan that is now in the Security Council resolution, post-reform towards Palestinian self-determination, and no occupation, no annexation of Gaza, which again, I would argue forcefully that only President Trump could bring all sides, including the Israelis, to the table to get this far. A long way to go, but we are far better than where we were in September of last year.
Thank you. There are a lot of hands going up. Question here, very briefly.
Very briefly. Katarzyna Pisarska, I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Poland. My question to you, Ambassador Waltz, just an honest reply, please. Does America...
I've been pretty straightforward and honest so far.
Does America need a rules-based order? And if so, what are you willing to also sacrifice, because you have been backing this world order for years and years. And thanks to the United States of America, many of us, including Poland, has benefited immensely. And what we're seeing now is a withdrawal. That's an honest, I think, assessment of many of us. And we just ask ourselves, are you willing to fight with us, the Europeans and others, for this world order? And the same question really to Kaja Kallas. Do you feel that the Europeans are willing to really fight for this order?
Thank you.
And I would follow your question. Are the Europeans willing and able to take the tough financial steps necessary? I'm a recovering politician myself. I know how tough those votes are when you have a social social support system. But look, to answer your question directly, absolutely. The American people have underwritten with their hard-earned dollar, the global multilateral rules-based order since World War II. However, with 37 trillion in debt and counting, the massive debt load that the Western world is facing, I think it is fair on their behalf to ask 450 million Europeans with the same size economy as the United States to be more self-sustaining in their own defense. And it astounds me why that is so controversial I mean, it is...
Ambassador, I think it's not.
It's a fair question. When I go to people in Indiana and Georgia and North Florida that I represented, and it is their money paying more than 180 countries combined into the UN system, it's fair to say, yes, I have to look at them honestly and say it's being well spent, and it's not.
Absolutely. And indeed, I think as Chancellor Merz made very clear, the Europeans have belatedly got the message. And there is a recognition that, defense spending has gone up and is going to go up further. Europe needs to get his act together, and I'm going to come to Kaja Kallas again. There's an absolute, that was very clear in Chancellor.
But it wasn't clear in 2014. Why not?
It was. It took.
We're acting as though things were coming unglued now. It's been coming unglued for 10 years, and no one was responding in an effective way. Now we're asking more forcefully.
Yes.
And I think we're seeing a good result as a result of the 5%.
That was being asked from the audience was, if the Europeans are responding now, do you still believe in multilateralism in this order? Do you still believe in it? Or, as Chancellor Merz said, he said, and I just wrote it down, even the US is reaching the limits of its own power if it goes alone. Do you agree with him that the US could not go alone?
I mean, I'm looking at the grouping I just discussed of our Gulf Arab allies. I'm looking at the Abraham Accords. I'm looking at the fact that the president didn't need to take on Azerbaijan or Armenia, and he did. He didn't need to take on Pakistan and India, and he did. And we're asking the rest of the world to be there with us in a fair way financially. Because there is a cost to the status quo, and the status quo was not sustainable anymore. And that's, I think, on behalf of our constituents, a fair question to ask.
Kaja, how do you respond to that? It's a reasonable point, surely.
No, of course it is. But if you look at also to the United Nations and all the contributions, then when it comes to the development aid, Europe is doing the biggest share. So I don't really buy this argument that we are not doing anything. In the beginning you said also that is it that actually the rules of jungle and the might makes right actually has always been there? And one might say that is true, that those who have the power have had different rules. But even in jungle, animals cooperate, and so you are better off when you work with others. And if you think, in the global, if we take the superpowers, what is actually the difference? When for example, Russia goes to war, they go alone because they don't have allies. When America goes to wars, then, a lot of us go with you and we lose our people on the way. So that means that you also need us in your to be this superpower. Because if you look at the bigger picture, I mean, in terms of economic might, China is a very, very powerful country. In terms of military might as well. So what is the difference between you and the other superpowers so far is the allies. So, but I'm coming to this point that, of course, we are willing to fight for the world where there are some kind of rules, because majority, or actually all the European countries are small countries, or those who haven't realized that they are small countries yet. But we are small countries, so we need a rules-based order. And it is clear that the current rules-based order, it has been put in place after the Second World War, considering all what was happening there, what were the powers fighting then. And it doesn't serve the world right now. But what serves the world is, the rules really that are, protecting everybody, so that, nobody's above the law. And I think that is the difference, that we actually want partnerships that are based on dignity, where we actually listen to the other party and we care also what the other countries are thinking about. So it's not like, we make decisions in this, Board of Peace Charter, for example, that, you don't have to actually take into account anybody who is on that organization, because one person can make the decisions. And that is, I think, the difference how we see the world. Because if countries are treated equally, I think there's also less chance for war and tyranny.
So I realize that I have completely failed to instill a rules-based order here, because this conversation has been wholly dominated by the two biggest economic and political blocs. But we're also running out of time. I'm very sorry. But I wanted to end by giving all four of you a chance. And I'm going to start with you, Prince Faisal. I'm going to ask you one question, and then you can offer me one reason for optimism. I'm sorry, I can't get to all the questions. I'm very sorry. I'm sure you'll have another chance to come back to this in a different panel. I'm very, very sorry. The question is, do you think this world that we are going to go into is going to be more dangerous or not than the world that came before? And secondly, what's the one thing that you would advise us all to focus on to ensure that it was not more dangerous?
I think in the interim, yes, just because we are in a transition period between the system that was and the system that probably will be. And that has significant risks. I think economic disparity and inequality, especially as will be created by technological advancements, are a significant risk factor that are also going to impact us, but that over time may actually deliver significant benefits after a period of dislocation. So yes, to the first question, I think we are entering a significant risk period. You asked me to kind of end on an optimistic note. The conversation we just had actually is why I'm a bit optimistic, because finally we are being, all of us, honest with each other. We don't agree yet, but we're actually having the conversation. Everybody is saying how they really feel about the system and how it didn't work from their perspective. We heard from the US that the burden sharing wasn't fair. We hear from the Europeans, you've heard from us in the developing world. We are finally actually having these conversations in a way that removes the edifice and talks about what's really the case. It'll take us some time to actually get to a point where we agree on what the future system is going to look like, and how the burden sharing is going to work, and how equality of states, even though there is a disparity in interests and in capacity, is going to be addressed. But I think over time, with some pain, as I mentioned, there will be some pain in the process of getting there. I think we will be in a better world.
So I am going to end us there on that optimistic note. A spirited conversation. Thank you all. Thank you, Minister Sanchez. Thank you, the rest of you. And now on to the next panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the conference hall will continue at 3:30 p.m. with the session Terrifying Times, Managing the Weaponization of Trade. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue here at 5:30 sharp. continue in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now, where we'll continue with the program momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. We'll continue with the program momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Policy, Ravi Agrawal.
Yes. Okay, hi there, ladies and gentlemen. Just going to ask all of you to settle down a little bit, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here. Hi, welcome to our next session here at the Munich Security Conference. My name is Ravi Agrawal. I'm the editor-in-chief of Foreign Policy magazine and the host of FP Live, on which we are also live streaming this session. The name of this session is titled Terrifying Times, and I feel like that name itself gives you a very good sense of the mood when it comes to America's tariffs on much of the world and what that has done to weaponized trade. So let me just introduce our four excellent panelists on stage. I ask you to hold your applause, and once they're all on stage, let's hear it for them. They are Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Alexander Stubb, the President of Finland, Lars Klingbeil, the Vice Chancellor of Germany and also the Minister of Finance, and Tom Tillis, Republican Senator from North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our guests. Welcome to all of you. It's great to have you here. Director General Okonjo-Iweala, I'm going to start with you. We're now in year 2 of Trump's second term, and I remember this time last year, the word you kept using was chill. And you kept telling us that, you know, let's wait and see what happens when it comes to tariffs. Well, now it's been a year. We have some data. We know what's happened. And it seems to me you've begun to sound a lot more concerned about the state of affairs.
Well, thanks, Ravi, and good afternoon, everyone. When I said chill, it wasn't that I, oh, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. When I said chill, it wasn't that I wasn't concerned. I was very concerned. But what I meant was reacting quickly to these announcements without thinking through what kind of approach you need to have, I didn't think was the best way to go. Because at least for my members at the WTO, because the reaction then would be immediately, okay, I need to hit back. And I thought it would be worthwhile thinking it through. There's one thing you need to know. It's not all about trade or tariffs. The tariffs, so many other things are linked into it. Security issues, immigration issues, energy issues. So when you're dealing with that kind of situation, you need to think through your reaction and your action. If you start a tariff war, can you carry it through? Would it be better to have dialogue? We've been there before in the 1930s, and it was a bad movie. So that's why I said chill.
So take us to 2026 now. How concerned are you?
Oh, I'm still concerned. I mean, we've got a situation in which the U.S. average weighted tariffs have now gone from about 2.6 to about 18% in our numbers. These are the announced tariffs, but the actual applied tariffs are closer to 14%. That's still a big leap. The same, almost as the same number announced by the New York Fed at 13%. So this is a big change and a big leap in protective measures. And I will always say, look, I may not agree with the US's unilateral actions or approach to dealing with the issues, but I do agree with a lot of their criticisms of the system. And what I would like to say is that the system has not evolved, has not been quick to change and respond to the changing world. And some of those criticisms about it not functioning well are good, and it's across administrations. It's not just this administration, but various ones. I see Mike Froman sitting in the audience, and I think he was also one of the critics. So we may not like the action, but we must take the signal that we need to reform many of the things with the world trading system. So that is where we are now. And then the second point I want to make, and I know people don't like to hear this, in spite of the massive disruption of the system, the biggest we've seen in the past 80 years, and undermining of global trade rules, the system is proving resilient. I will keep saying it, that 72% of world's goods trade is still on WTO terms. So battered, bruised, but not broken. Those are my words. The system is still largely functioning. So partly, this explains my calm nerves, chill. And I'll end by saying that I want to give my members, I am very proud of them because they didn't descend into tit for tat with the US. If they'd done that, the world would be much worse off than where we are now.
Fair enough, that's a good point. Vice Chancellor Klingbeil, about an hour ago, we all heard from Chancellor Merz and his words that the international order is over. Do you want to build on that? I mean, that sounds so different than what we've just heard from the Director General.
So, first of all, I think Chancellor Merz gave a very powerful and very good speech. And he was giving orientation for the whole Munich Security Conference. And he was analyzing that the world order, as we know, it's over. But I think he gave a good overview, and I totally support that if we do the right things now, we have a possibility to form something like a new order. I'm totally convinced that this world order we all know, formed by blocks, this is over. We will face a world order where we see different power centers. And all these power centers will find relationships, dependencies, maybe conflicts. And he was very clear, and I support that Europe has to work very hard, that we are an attractive and also very powerful center in this world. Germany has to do the homework for that. Europe has to do homework. And so, I mean, it's always that in Germany or Europe, we look what is the US president doing as next. And I think we should, I mean, we have to see what he's doing next, but we can do our homework. We can work on our European sovereignty, we can work on competitiveness, we can work on defense. And if we do that, I think Europe will have a powerful place in this new world order. And then there was also a very clear signal that we are looking for new partners. So I'm really happy that we now have, after 26 years, this EU-Mercosur deal, and we will finish the last steps in the next weeks, I think. I'm very happy that we have now this agreement with India, and let me say that at last point, I'm totally clear. I'm convinced that tariffs are bad for the people, tariffs are bad for the economy on both sides of the Transatlantic. But if US and the government is willing to go this way, we have to find other partners, we have to strengthen our economic growth. And I think Chancellor Merz was very clear on this, and I support him.
President Stubb, if I can bring you in, I think you're the perfect person for the question I want to ask you. You not only have a PhD in international relations, you also represent a small country, at least by population size. And I'm worried when I look at new data from UNCTAD, the UN body on trade and development, which shows that US tariffs, they always sort of gave a competitive advantage to bigger countries and rich countries than they did to smaller countries. And in the last year, that difference has been exacerbated. So richer countries have been able to strike their own deals with the United States and also elsewhere, as we just heard. Smaller countries get left behind. What advice do you have for the world if we are headed into this new order where bigger countries can manage and the weaker ones suffer?
Join the European Union. Gives you protection.
What about the rest?
No, I mean, just to rewind, I think what we're seeing right now with tariffs, protectionism in general, it's the reversal of the world that we experienced after the end of the Cold War, where the basic idea was that trade would be liberalized, many countries would revert to liberal democracy and globalization in general. So the things that were supposed to bring us together, like currency, energy, trade, technology, even information, they are now being weaponized. And that's what we're seeing sort of in the post-2022 world, where we start talking about worries of value chains, which used to be a given in any kind of a free trading system. Now, I want to sort of counter your thesis a little bit. A country like Finland has not been hit any worse than Germany vis-a-vis the United States. Why? because there's exclusive competence on customs, there's exclusive competence on trade, there's exclusive competence on competition policy, and there's exclusive competence on currency or monetary policy in the European Union. So we're shielded from that. So when there's a threat after the Greenland issue that, you know, we will raise tariffs to 25% with Finland, well, you can't do that because then it's 25% for the European Union. So, you know, we feel quite good in this place. What should smaller states or middle powers do? I think we should lean in and support the multilateral trading institutions such as the WTO. And Ngozi has told me that 72% of world trade still is based on WTO rules. And I think what Europe will end up doing is hedging and de-risking a little bit. That's why you see a quick trade agreement finally with Mercosur. You see a trade agreement with India. I don't exclude some kind of investment agreement in the long run with China either. And I think you're going to start seeing this type of behavior coming from other countries as well. So instead of leaning in on tariffs and a multipolar world and retaliation, people are going to start saying, okay, let's go back to the rules that existed because they were much more stable. And this, I think, pertains to both small countries and big countries.
I want to dig at that a bit more, but I'm going to put a pin in that because let me bring in Senator Tillis first. Senator, you've emerged as a rare Republican lawmaker who's criticized President Trump on the issue of tariffs. Are you getting a sense that 1 year in, that the White House and Trump in particular, are they getting less ideological on the issue of tariffs?
Actually, I just want to make it clear. I haven't criticized President Trump on tariffs. I've criticized the people who have convinced him that this is the right way to move forward. Look, we have instances...
hang on, are you sure that the president himself doesn't believe that tariffs are a good thing? I'm pretty sure.
Does anybody really believe?
Well,
I've got a friend here. Do you know everything about all the inner workings of public policy for your great nation, or do you rely on experts to give you best advice that you act on?
No, not at all. I'm completely authoritarian.
So my point here is the United States is a large, complex country. If any president would assert that they by themselves could create strategies and execute on them, they're lying to you. They rely on experts, and I believe that there are experts that are giving the wrong signals to the president on this issue. But let's go back and figure out how we got here, right? I see somebody in the audience that was responsible for negotiating TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So close, but we came up short. Can you imagine if we'd gotten through the very few issues that prevented that agreement, that trade agreement, ratified by Congress, through Congress, how different we would be in Indo-PACOM right now, with a partnership of 11 nations trading together. But it fell to the wayside for various reasons, because what we were trying to do is then have an on-ramp for TTIP. Can you imagine if we got through with TTIP, what our relationships would be like with Europe right now? And then instead of putting a priority on resolving our differences, we let an inherent problem fester, and then we find ourselves with so-called Liberation Day. So at the end of the day, I am a free trader, but I do believe that we have to have fair trade. And I do believe that there are some countries where we need to have a balance of trade. I also believe that there are struggling countries, if we exit and create an untenable environment to trade, that China will step in, that Russia will step in, and malign influences will. We have to understand there's a balance here, and trade policy goes hand in hand with national security policy. And at this point, I think we're at a bit of an imbalance. Just another note, and I'll let you go to another question. I didn't pay attention to the socks that I was putting on this morning, but it occurs to me that it's President Abraham Lincoln who presided over our Civil War, right? Well, we're not in a civil war with our partners and allies in Europe. We're in a frank discussion that needs to be had. But if anyone believes that the Congress of the United States think that our future is anywhere else but building stronger relationships with our partners and allies first, and then tried to work with our would-be adversaries second, then I think they're missing, they're getting caught up in the rhetoric of American politics and not the reality of what people like me and the majority of my colleagues in Congress intend to get done.
So, Senator, I just have to circle back to where you began that answer, because I'll confess I'm slightly gobsmacked, because it was my understanding that the president himself was very ideological about tariffs. And so I'm a little bit surprised by your answer. But given what you say, the basic question still remains the same. If it is these advisors who are pushing him in this direction that you clearly disagree with, I mean, you don't like what happened on Liberation Day. So the question remains, is any pressure on them coming to bear?
Well, I think, you know, unless the world of economics has flipped since my time as a partner at Price Waterhouse, how can you possibly expect prolonged imposition of tariffs in excess of 10% not ultimately affecting consumers? That's just the way the world works. And so we have to understand that this sustained imposition, you know, most firms can absorb 10% tariffs, and they do so competitively until they figure out where the market settles down. But when you impose a 50% tariff on Brazil because you didn't like a judicial outcome, that's not a strategic use of tariffs.
You're saying what every single economist says. I guess the question is, how is this not breaking through to the White House?
Well, because I think, again, if you think about the president, this is something I'll probably get a groan or two on. See, the president has to process a lot of signals through a lot of different channels, right? So on the one hand, he's hearing rightfully from Mike Waltz and others that Europe has failed to pay its fair share in NATO, burden sharing. Now they're catching up, and thank you for that, because that's taking an argument off the table. But if you're dealing with a country that on the one hand is falling short on their burden sharing, and also enjoying a trade, we have a trade deficit with them, then those are two data points that the president's responding to as an executive, not as somebody who's crafting the strategy. I see people in the audience who have served in other presidential administrations. We know how this works. You bring your best experts to the table. He's hearing these signals and going, okay, on the one hand, we're paying more for our mutual defense, and on the other hand, we're leaving money on the table in terms of trade imbalances. So I think you have to be strategic. And I was in Davos, I said, look, you have to de-risk at some level. But to make the statement that the free world and the family of NATO nations is no more, I think is hyperbolic and will not withstand the test of time. Because you have a Congress and an American people that understand that our future, our past, and our present is rooted in Western rules of law democracies.
Got it. Well, I mean, in Davos, certainly that was an unpopular feeling given the threats against Greenland. I'm going to move on, but I'll come back to you. Director General, the question we were lingering on earlier about smaller countries. So, again, the data suggests that smaller countries are particularly disadvantaged by US tariffs. And if we sort of broaden out from just that particular case, what should the WTO do to allow smaller countries to have a more equitable rules-based system?
Well, we have to look carefully at the data. As the President said, not all small countries. It depends on what your trade is. You know, African countries, I say this is one time, maybe it's good not to matter so much. A trade with 6% of our imports, exports to the US and 4% of our imports. When we do the analysis, there is some impact, but it's not as bad as one might expect. Less than 1% of GDP growth hit. But that's also not a good thing, because it means the continent is not so connected or integrated into world markets. I'm just using that as an example. But the truth of it is this. If it is a power game, small countries are disadvantaged. So it's not only about trade, it's also about power and what you can be made to do or not made to do outside of the multilateral system. Now, let me say this. Of my 166 members, about 140 have trade to GDP ratios north of 50%. So trade, so that's the point you're making. Trade for them is an existential issue, whether it's trade with the US or elsewhere. For the EU, for instance, the trade to GDP ratio is about 93%. For the US, 25%, China, 38%. So there are some big, large countries that can maybe somehow make it on their own, but a whole host of others who may not. And so the question is, what should be done? And I think that what needs to be done is for those members and countries to have what I call agency. I would like to say that, yes, the US has upended the rules-based order. Global trade rules are being undermined. But the US is 13% of world imports, 11% of world trade. What is happening to the other 89%? Can other countries please have agency? Can we please try to act? Do we have to spend all the time lamenting? I know it's the biggest economy and China is the second largest, but sometimes when I hear people speak, that's not the way I approach this. Okay, so the US has done all these things. Can the middle powers come together and say we find the system valuable, as President Stubb is saying, and we are going to support it? And therefore, we will support the rules-based system. And since the world trade is still largely, goods trade is still largely on those terms, could we get together and say what works within the system that we can keep? And what is it that doesn't work? Because a lot is also broken that we need to fix. The system is resilient, but it's not robust. So we need to make it robust by doing the necessary reforms, and that is what we're working on at the WTO. But I want us to have more agency. I'm tired of too much lamentation. Oh, the US has broken the world. Oh, the world all has come to an end. I'm sorry to say all this, but it would be better if people really sat up. Europe has the chance to lead the middle powers and support the system. And let's us just do a little bit down with the lamentations and get going on trying to do the right thing.
Very hard to disagree with that. President Stubb, we just heard China get a quick mention, so let's go there. Both in terms of tariffs, but also geopolitics more broadly. I'm curious how you're thinking about the value proposition that Europe has, and America has as well, vis-a-vis China. When you look at the next 30, 40 years as a contest for power, as a contest that involves much of the global south looking for partnerships, looking for allies in a messy new order. What is the value proposition you're trying to put forward?
Sure. Before I answer, if I was reading the Director General correctly, not only do I agree with everything she said, but she just called Finland a middle power. So thank you.
You're really sitting up tall now. That's good.
Yeah, I'm sitting. All 6'3" of it. What's the value proposition? So my thinking is that we're living in a triangle of power where you have the global West, the global South, and the global East. The global East is led by China. The global West was led by the United States. And then the global South was the one that felt it might have to take a choice between the two. And I think the choice right now is fairly binary. You have those who support a multipolar world, which is transactional, deal-based, and based on spheres of interest. And then you have those who support a multilateral world, like Ngozi and myself, and I think probably most people here on the stage. We support the idea of international institutions, rules, norms, and cooperation. So then we have to ask ourselves the question, for demographic reasons, for economic reasons, for geopolitical reasons, it's going to be the global South that decides the next world order. And how do we make a value proposition? What I've tried to do is to say that we should base our foreign policy on values-based realism, so to be true to your values, human rights, fundamental rights, democracy, freedom, rule of law, but be realistic. You cannot solve issues of trade, conflict, climate, or technology just with like-minded countries. So reach out, and I think that there is this battle for hearts and minds right now. To a certain extent, China is doing it, the US is doing it. So then, for me as a European, my idea is that we need to drive a dignified foreign policy, which means that reach out to the middle powers, do the trade deals with India, do the trade deals with Mercosur, open up your markets. And in that sense, take a different type of approach, because in my experience in diplomacy, you get more out of a system if you act in a dignified manner. My final point, I think what we need to do is we need to reform the international institutions. The UN, the WTO, the IMF, and the World Bank. Why? Because they were created in the image of the West and the United States 80 years ago. Their power structure is there. It's antiquated. If we want multilateralism to win, we need to give agency and power to the global South.
Vice Chancellor, can I ask you to build on that? Is the German perspective here the same as what President Stubb was describing, or are there any variations that you want to add to that?
No, I would agree. I mean, I have to say again, for us in Germany, the most important part is now to make Europe stronger and work on the European sovereignty. When it comes to the question of competitiveness, we are 450 million people. So if we have a single market, if we have a capital market, if we have a common defense market, this will bring Europe in a really powerful role. And it's just us deciding if we want to go this way or not. If it comes to simplification, it's not United States, it's not China, it's just us deciding if we go this way. So, but we can really be a power in the international system. And the second point is, and I really want to underline, when it comes to Global South, I think Mercosur is very important, India, the trade deals are very important, but there are so many countries in the world that wants to work together with us in Europe. And I know that from a lot of trips I made as a party leader or now as the Vice Chancellor and Minister of Finance, if you come to several states in Africa, in Latin America, also in Asia, everyone is telling us, okay, Russia was here, China's here, they're doing deals, where are the Europeans? And I think this is what we have to recognize, that we have to become stronger when it comes to make trade deals, fair trade deals with the Global South. And so we can bring these countries in a stronger relationship with Europe. And then I also want to underline that we have to reform the institutions. I mean, everything is about international institutions, it's about rules-based institutions, it's about common policy, but we have to talk about the representation of the Global South in these institutions. And I think if this debate is starting from Europe, we can also build trust with our partners in the Global South and all of this. And again, I want to thank you for your clear statement for the Transatlantic Partnership. But we have to face the situation as it is. We have a president in the White House that is having threats with tariffs, and we have a competitor with China who's doing an unfair trade relationship with us when it comes to subsidies from the state, when it comes to overcapacities, when we see how China is flooding the European market. So we have to be stronger also on trade policy, but I think for Europe there are a lot of opportunities and I think we should use them.
Director General, did you want to jump in on that? It seems like they're following your message immediately about agency.
Sounds great. No, just a couple of numbers on this. Although many people, this definition of Global South and Global North is also, we need to just also be careful about it because there are a lot of differences. But taking it as it is, in 1995, the Global North or developed countries contributed 60% of world GDP and the Global South 40%. Today, those numbers are reversed. It is now the Global South contributes 60% of global GDP and the North 40%. In 1995, 10%, South-South trade was 10% of world trade. Today it's 25%. So there are shifts and movements that dictate that, yes, we need to look at those, we need to pay attention. And the third point I wanted to make on that is that, look, the arrangements with whether it's Global South, South-South trade or North-South trade or arrangements with the Global South, this is all part of trying to diversify trade. And that is why at the WTO we do support these trade arrangements, whether it's the EU Mercosur that took 24 years and other trade arrangements. We support them because they help diversification of trade away from US, which would, you know, so many countries were overly dependent on the US for demand. And overly dependent on China for critical supplies. So I think diversifying away from both of these And giving yourself the flexibility is a good thing. And if it's with the global south, why not?
And of course, the White House's policies have accelerated that process. I want to go to the audience now to take a few questions. If you can raise your hand, and we'll have a microphone weave its way over to you. I see in row 3 we have a lady. If you can identify yourself, ma'am, and then a question, not a comment, please.
Thank you. My name is Tytti Tuppurainen. I'm a member of the Finnish Parliament. I really like what the Director General said about the rest should unite. I think that's really the right way to go. But that brings us to the question of how to engage with China. And I think it needs regulation. Otherwise, we wouldn't be on the equal footing with China. We need to regulate. How does it fit together with the growing sentiment of deregulation in our countries, especially here in Europe, but also in the United States? Deregulation, but the need to regulate. How do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that China believes or wants to support and says it wants to support the multilateral trading system because it has benefited quite a bit from it. China recognizes, or at least we are passing the message, that the export-led growth model that drove China's growth for the past 40 years cannot drive China's growth for the next 40. And the $1.2 trillion trade surplus is not sustainable because the rest of the world cannot absorb it. So these are the messages we are passing to China. So China needs to act. And with the trade with China having dropped, trade between China and the US having dropped 20% last year, the trade is flowing to other places. Europe, 8%. Africa is actually getting the largest flows, 26%, ASEAN, 13%, Latin America, 8%. So it's going everywhere. And if China does not act, we will see more barriers. So what we're saying is within the WTO rules, there are tools. They are not perfect, but there are tools that can be used to deal with this. The EU knows that also, or the EC, and they're bringing some of it. So I'm not sure it's your regulation. I wouldn't say more regulation. I think it's dialogue. I think it's agreements with China, plus using some of the multilateral tools at hand.
I'm going to take maybe a couple of questions together. They are both in the front row, as it were, and then I promised to diversify a little bit. If we can get a microphone out here. There's a gentleman here, right in front of me, and then the lady in the front.
Hi, Michał Baranowski. I'm a Deputy Minister of Economy in Poland, responsible for trade, so very much the front seat of the current debate. One question perhaps to the Senator is, if we were not focused so much on each other transatlantically, we would be talking about overcapacities in third countries, China specifically. Do you see an appetite, because we are not seeing it as much on the executive, in the US to engage in this? And if I may, to President Finland, to what extent are you concerned and how do we address the dilemmas of sometimes having trade and security issues being touched very closely also by our closest allies? Thanks.
Those are great questions. Do you mind holding on to those in your heads? And we'll just take one more question here. Ma'am, I think we have a microphone right there. Yes, go for it.
Hello, thank you. Alicia Batsman, Ukrainian media, Gordon editor-in-chief. I have one short question for Mr. President. Based on Finland's historical experience, please give Ukraine a recipe how we can defeat Russia and Putin.
All right, thank you. I will just point out, we're here to talk about tariffs today, but I'm going to allow it a little bit of divergence. Gentlemen, quick answers, please.
Well, in my case on trade, I think that a It was announced on April the 2nd, not the 1st, because we all know April the 1st is April Fool's Day.
No, it's my birthday.
Yeah.
It's a very nice day.
But I went into my office when I saw the announcement, and I told my staff, if the rest of our Western allies are smart, they will have a multilateral coordinated response. They will de-risk. They will build trading blocks. And frankly, I think all of that is healthy. Because, you know, in some respects, I play a lot of different kind of sports. I love mountain biking. And I only get faster if I have somebody riding on my heels or that I've got to catch up with. And quite honestly, I think we've lost that spirit of, I'll call it not competition, but co-opetition, that comes through having a multilateral bloc that is at a more level playing field when the United States decides to make moves like this in the future. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it makes us better if we do it right. But I've got to, China is loving this discussion right now. China is loving the fact that we're imposing tariffs on countries that we have complex relationships with, that need some forgiveness on the part of the United States, because it's more than just about the economic relationship. It's more about helping them develop. It's more about checking China and Russia's malign influence in areas of the world, think Africa and think South America. So anybody who's advising the president thinking that our spreadsheets all need to tally on some nation that's just barely developing in a young democracy or maybe a benevolent dictatorship misses the history lesson. We have to be present. When we have a discussion about how China plays into the role of Western nations, I think about their metastasizing again in NATO allies with Huawei. We all remember the argument about how we had to de-Huawei from our NATO allies so our communications infrastructure is solid. Let's not repeat that mistake. But at the same time, we've got to recognize that co-opetition is good. I'm not the least bit frightened by a well-defined multilateral response to the U.S. so that we understand our limits and we build on that.
All right. President Chib, go ahead with the trade answer. Maybe a super short. I know you've spoken about Ukraine extensively in other forums, so I'll leave you to a quick one there.
I can't hesitate because Tom talked about Huawei and we're in Germany. You can always switch from Huawei to Nokia. It's a really safe network, and it works really well.
Never miss an opportunity.
I never do. On the trade issue, a very short answer because I think it's linked to the fundamentals of our transatlantic partnership. You will know that I'm pro-European, pro-American, and therefore, like Peter sitting next to you, by definition, pro-transatlanticist. I think there's a lot of noise in the transatlantic relationship right now. I think an element that Tom was bringing forward is correct. We need to take more responsibility when it comes to security. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. And there are issues with where we can work with the Americans, NATO, defense, technology, minerals. In our case, actually, icebreakers. You know, there's a dependency in the other way. So there are a lot of things that we can do. And then let's cordially disagree on things that are linked to the EU or international institutions, the liberal world order, and climate change. Then on Ukraine, I promised to bring in the tariffs on this. Very briefly, I'm not going to give you advice, but I think you're winning this war. And the reason I say this is that Putin has failed strategically. He wanted to make Ukraine Russian, it became European. He wanted to prevent the enlargement of NATO, he got Finland and Sweden. And he wanted to keep our defense expenditure down, and it's now going up to 5%. Secondly, he's losing on the military front. Remember that when the war began, Russia acquired 12% of Ukrainian territory. That's 12 years ago. Since then, 8%. In the past 2 years, 1%. In December, Ukraine was able to kill 34,000 Russian soldiers. They were not able to recruit back. So my answer is just keep on what you're doing, and at the end of the day, you will prevail and win this war.
All right. We have just a little bit of time left, so I'm going to take a couple more questions on tariffs, please. Row 3, I see Natalie Tocci. If we can get a a microphone over to her, and then there's one hand at the back. You know who you are. Yes.
Question to President Stubb. So earlier you juxtaposed a multilateral and a multipolar system, and that resonates, of course. Although I'm wondering whether the two models that we have before us, and of course I'm slightly simplifying here, is on the one hand a rules-based multipolarity, which I guess kind of fits into your principled realism, and on the other hand, a model of imperial collusion, where obviously there are wannabe empires from Russia to China to the United States. And of course, you know, those empires eventually could end up being rivals and compete and maybe even conflict. But for the time being, they seem to be more interested in establishing their spheres of influences, be it through security, be it through economic coercion. So if that's the alternative model, how is it that both we as Europeans, but in general, the multilateral system, can act to prevent that scenario?
Okay, President Stubb, just hold on to that one. And there was one last question there. I think that's Dan Dresner.
It is. Thank you very much. Dan Dresner from the Fletcher School. My question is about the intersection of security and trade, which all of you seem to acknowledge is certainly an important issue. I guess on the transatlantic relationship then, to what extent does this mean, President Stubb, that Europe, in terms of building out, using the 5% of its GDP to spend on defense, should actually de-link from buying US weapons and start developing its own military industrial complex? And to Senator Tillis, what are the implications of that for the United States?
Okay, President Stubb, take it away.
I'm just fresh out of a meeting with the CEO of Lockheed, who we just purchased. We just bought 64 F-35s. So am I the right person to answer the question? But I'll go to Natalie first. I think you're onto something on this. My answer is to say that there are countries that would like to go back to the 19th century, concert of powers and spheres of interest. And you could certainly say that, you know, Russia has been there, China to a certain extent, and one could argue that perhaps the US administration as well. Now, what do we then need to do? I think then we come back to Ngosi's point and to Mark Carney's point. I think the middle powers need to come together and hedge their bets into multilateralism. I was at the G20 meeting in Johannesburg, and I felt that 18 out of the 20 Gs felt very strongly about multilateralism. What do? We need to change the power structure. So therefore, double the number of countries in the UN Security Council. Get one from Latin America, two from Africa, and two from Asia. Think about what Europe should do with its position in the UN Security Council. So this is just a beginning. So when you give agency, they start working with it. Then we come to the question of de-risking from US defense. I don't think this is a binary issue, purely black and white. What we'll see is still a lot of presence of American defense industry. Why? Because it's so extremely good on, for instance, F-35s or on long-range missiles. But what you'll also see now is Europe coming forward with different types of plans of bringing their own defense industry together. I look at a country like Finland. We have an extremely good space cluster. I look at countries like Sweden and Norway. They have strong defense industries. So it's not going to be a decoupling because we need each other and we trust each other. Again, I come back to the point that trade, security, and the transatlantic partnership, it has worked before, and I don't see any reason why it should not work in the future. We just have to get this right, be a little bit more cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add to that is that decoupling only benefits our would-be adversaries. It makes no sense. What we have to do, but again, I hate to go back to it, but I must, a $2 trillion shortfall in the prior commitment for NATO allies over 20 years. If we had those demand signals and all the modernization, the things that could have come with it, what would the supply chains look like today? I was a partner at Price Waterhouse in the supply chain practice. You never put all of your links into the same jurisdiction. We need to figure out how to better integrate, find best in class. If somebody comes up with a platform that's more impressive than the F-35, that, by the way, Mr. President, is why I said y'all were a badass country, because on on a per capita basis, we would have to have 10 times, 20 times more to match your per capita representation. We find best practices, we build on them, but we build resilient supply chains that are ready for hopefully a conflict that never occurs. And I think we're exposed right now. So instead of competing, let's figure out how we can actually create synergy by working together. I don't think you put your eggs in any one basket. I'm clearly unapologetically pro-American and pro-innovation, but I think the best innovation comes from having tighter alliances, because the deeper our economic alliances and strategic alliances go, the further our relationships and alliances will go over time.
We're almost out of time. I'm going to take one very quick last question from Mike Froman, sitting right here. In row 4, the mic is making it over to you. A quick one, please.
I think one of the challenges of this conversation is how it relates to the actual power in the world. You get the United States and China basically following their own set of rules. It's hard to imagine China agreeing to the kind of reforms you'd want to see in the WTO to deal with the challenges of the Chinese economic system. It's hard to see the United States agreeing to change governance in the institutions like the World Bank, the IMF, and the UN Security Council. How do you address your agenda that's been laid out here in the context of actually how power is allocated in the world right now?
Director General, I'll just give you a very quick last word on this.
Never say never. China has benefited from the multilateral system. It just got out of special and differential treatment after many years of resisting. There's something at the WTO, sorry, if you call yourself a developing country, which China does, and by the way, they didn't invent it. I found an institution in which any member can define themselves the way they want, something which is strange. Now, they call themselves a developing country, but at the WTO, if you do that, it entitles you to implement agreements with a longer period of time to get exemptions and other benefits. One of the things the US really didn't like, and they were right, because it was stopping poor countries from really benefiting, is China benefiting. So we worked hard to get China, and they withdrew from special and differential treatment. No one thought they would do it. So I had a boss who used to tell me, Jim Wolfenson, if someone opens the door a crack, put your foot in and push. Maybe the crack will widen, and maybe it won't. Let's not give up on China doing reforms until we try it, and then they say we're absolutely not going to do it. Will it be easy? No. But let's not give up before trying.
Let's bottle up that enthusiasm and optimism and thank our panel, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, President Stubb, Vice Chancellor Klingbeil, and Senator Tillis. Thank you so much for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The main program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'll continue in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall. We'll continue with the program momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall so we can continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall.
HDSCI oben, Aussitzen, Bossen aussitzen. Oder? Bossen aus oder HDSCI? Dann ganz oben, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final chance. Please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my final call. Please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll close the door to the main conference hall now. Please make your way back to us right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the editor-at-large at Bloomberg TV, Francine Lacroix.
Thank you, everyone. I hope everyone's caffeinated because we have a long day ahead, and I could not be more happy to speak to my next panel. So I'm going to get straight to it because we only have 45 minutes. We have 4 fantastic panels, and we also have a chance to ask, to hear questions from the floor. So I'd love to welcome on stage Ralph Regenvanu, Minister of Climate Change Adaptation, Meteorology and Geohazards, Energy, Environment and Disaster Management for the Republic of Vanuatu. Gavin Newsom, Governor of the State of California of the US of A. Lydia Pereira, Vice President, EPP Parliamentary Group, European Parliament, Brussels, and Andrew Forrest, Executive Chairman for TESCU Perth. So look, we only have 45 minutes to try and tackle one of the biggest concerns that we have. But to start us off, do you guys feel a little bit forgotten? Peak climate concerns around the COPs in Glasgow and Dubai. We're in Munich, defense is rising. Is climate change falling off the agenda? Governor?
Falling off the agenda, it fell off a cliff. I was down at COP. The United States was a footnote. China sent close to 800 delegates. The United States didn't even send a stenographer. They sent nobody. They've completely walked away, abdicate any role in relationship to the issue of low carbon, green growth. President Xi is celebrating.
Minister, the US is the world's historically largest emitter. It's no longer part of the Paris Agreement. It has also cut most of the foreign aid for climate. What impact does this have for your island and for nations like yours?
Well, for us, we can't escape the climate crisis. It's already the main security threat to our country. So when the US takes actions like this, it becomes a threat to our security, right? So we are working in all forums we can possibly work with, in the coalitions of the willing outside. We are waiting for the US to come back on board, basically. It happened once, so I think it'll happen again.
We'll come back to that. Andrew Forrest, what do you think is required to actually galvanize climate action as, again, the world heads towards overshooting the 1.5 degrees this century?
Look, I'm a marine ecologist. I just know that we're going to look back on this when we're in 2030, and we're going to feel pretty foolish we deserted all the values which brought us to where we are. And our values simply say that we stand against pressure like this. The science is absolutely clear, but so is the economics. I am, and my company Fortescue, is the industrial grade proof that going renewable is great economics, great business, and if you desert it, then in the end you'll be sorted out by your shareholders or by your voters at the ballot box.
But, Ms. Pereira, is everything a little bit more complicated? Because there was a lot of talk, for example, this week about the EU emissions trading system, how it's harming the industry. We heard even from the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, how it could possibly be postponed. So are your climate targets for the EU actually compatible with keeping industry in Europe?
Well, the issue is that we have, unfortunately, no longer popular support on the streets. And if we compare to 6 years ago, it was a much easier agenda to deliver for the younger generations and for the people that were expecting climate action. And today is not the case. But at the same time, what we do see is a clear commitment from the European Union, because we have our climate law that is binding, and until 2050, we are delivering policies. We are correcting some of the things that we didn't do so well in terms of over-regulation, but the commitment and the ambition and the targets remain the same, and it's climate neutrality by 2050.
Governor Newsom, what are you doing to fight the US federal government's reversal on climate policies?
I'm showing up. And look, Donald Trump is doubling down on stupid. California has been a leader in climate policy going back to Ronald Reagan. 1967, Governor Ronald Reagan established the first tailpipe emissions in the United States of America, created the California Air Resources Board. 3 years later, a president by the name of Richard Nixon, another Republican, codified California's leadership under the Clean Air Act. Never in the history of the United States of America has there been a more destructive president than the current occupant in the White House in Washington, D.C. He's trying to recreate the 19th century. He's a wholly owned subsidiary of big oil, gas, and coal. He's quite literally reopening coal plants in the United States of America. He's received close to $500 million in campaign contributions. He asked for $1 billion, look it up, in return for basically eliminating all regulations in the United States of America. De facto, he just did that yesterday with federal regulations and the endangerment finding. It is code red in terms of American leadership in this space. Low carbon, green growth. And I know a thing or two about this. I represent the 4th largest economy from a GDP perspective in the world. And we ran the 4th largest economy last year, 9 out of 10 days on 100% clean energy. 2/3 renewable energy. We've seen our GDP grow by 81% since 2000, and we've reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 21%. 7 times more clean energy jobs than fossil fuel jobs. We're proving at scale that we can implement, we can compete, and we can dominate. But Donald Trump is trying to turn back the clock. And so we're showing up, but we're also showing what can be accomplished, the power of emulation. We are in the great implementation in my state. Final word. I hope, if there's nothing else I can communicate today, Donald Trump is temporary. He'll be gone in 3 years. California is a stable and reliable partner in this space. And it's important for folks to understand the temporary nature of this current administration in relationship to the issue of climate change and climate policy.
But Governor, many have called Many have called Joe Biden the climate president, but that didn't help with his re-election. So how important do you think climate issues will be back for the 2028 presidential election?
Well, you may not believe in science, but you got to believe your own eyes. I mean, people are burning up, choking up, heating up. We have simultaneous droughts and floods. Historic wildfires. You know maybe little about California. You've seen those images of these wildfires. Talk about being as dumb as we want to be. Places, lifestyles, tradition, being wiped off the map. Greenville, Paradise, California. And so this issue has been brought home in a very personal way, not a political way. And Senator Whitehouse is here. He's also someone that deeply understands that climate risk is financial risk. It's becoming uninsurable. This is an economic issue, not just a moral issue. It's not just a competitiveness issue. And so it's incredibly important that we talk in those terms to address some of the political dynamics. But it's, again, something we're on the other side in California. It's a big blue state, but also has more Republicans than most Republican states. And we have long moved beyond the partisanship on this issue because there is no Republican thermometer, there's no Democratic thermometer. There's just reality. And people in my state have been mugged by reality. Those that have been in denial understand that we're on the other side of the debate.
Ms. Pereira?
Okay.
Andrew, you want to go first?
Who is it?
Go ahead.
Ms. Pereira, and then Andrew next. Yeah.
No, I was going to say that summarizing some of the things that have been said so far, there is a moral imperative when we discuss about climate action because it is about protecting homes, communities, it's about preserving nature, it's about delivering for future generations, but there's also ambition because there's an economic model that proves it is possible, it is feasible, it is profitable. If we look back at history and we see the evolution of humankind, we had in the recent past, we have agricultural revolution, we have industrial revolution, and now we are in a transition phase from a linear model to a more circular model because knowledge, because scientific progress, because innovation provided such. And there's also a necessity. I come from a country that is at the moment under a huge difficulty managing a huge storm coming in on the 28th of January. My hometown this morning was on the verge of being completely flooded because of climate change. So we have to be better prepared. We are talking about a country, a EU member state, where people have to be displaced on the 21st century, where salaries were not paid in its fullest because of the disruption. So we really have to choose between two scenarios when we discuss about climate action, energy security. It is either chaos and war or investment and a true investment for younger generations and for our planet. Because unfortunately, what we have been witnessing so far, and what I said at the beginning, there's not the same popular support, but we do see the issues with our own experience. Part of my rooftop disappeared on the 28th of January in Portugal. So we really have to take action, and obviously we have to convoke everyone in our planet to make part of the difference that we have to deliver for younger generations.
Andrew?
Look, I just want to thank you for convening us, Francine, and these are excellent speakers. They have their own knowledge. I can only share with you, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen the browning off of millions of hectares of Australia. I've seen the reefs you all love, the Great Barrier Reef, get completely desecrated. On the other side of the continent, you've got the Ningaloo Reef. But let's just say we don't believe in climate change because we don't believe in what's in front of our eyes. Let's just assume that. You don't believe in the physics of climate science, but oh my God, do you ever believe in the physics of computer science? You've got to choose. If you don't believe in science, which one do you want? I mean, if you're all in on AI and you're not all in on climate, then you're a total hypocrite because you're backing the science you want to hear and you don't want to hear from the science you don't. But I come from the science and the economics that you may not want to hear if you're a hardcore vassal state of fossil fuel. Fortescue is the cutting edge. We burn 1 billion litres of diesel a year. We procure our diesel from across the world. That stops this decade. That stops this decade. Next year, we're switching on the world's first green grid. We burn as much energy as medium-sized cities, bigger than many small countries, and we're going to create even more. And with AI optimization, we swing that onto the entire company, we save circa $1 billion a year. So I really don't care if you do not believe in climate science. What I care about, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, but I love my planet, I love organic life. And we're the hardcore proof that what we're seeing with climate denialism, with rolling back the clock to oil and gas only, is very bad economics. And that's my only argument. My children want me to say, Dad, you're a scientist, just stick with science, will you? Dad, you're a philanthropist, just stick with what you're doing for the world. That part of the world isn't listening. The part of the world I want to appeal to is business. Every cabinet room in every part of the world, every responsible boardroom in every part of the world, please listen. We start saving $1 billion a year next year by going fully green, period.
Minister, Vanuatu, we can applaud. Vanuatu was amongst the island nations that argued for and actually successfully secured the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Scientists are now certain that that won't be achieved. So what recourse do island nations have now?
So we've been talking about the science being very clear. You know, the IPCC, the best available assessed science. The economics is clear. But what we are doing now, because we haven't been able to get through at the multilateral level with states to take action, we got an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice last year, and that crystallized international law. So now the international law is clear as well. States have obligations to address climate change. They have to take actions that reduce emissions. Licensing new fossil fuel companies is now a wrongful act under international law. And so what we need to do is what the EU's done, put laws in place. It's no longer political will, it becomes, we put laws in place at a multilateral level. So for countries like Vanuatu, very small countries, we rely on the international rules-based order. We depend on it. And we're seeing now, I think, with what's happening with Trump and so on, there is a growing unity among countries that want to reinforce the international rules-based order. That's our unity. And so if we can progress that, we need that back. Yeah, that multilateralism, that's the only way small states are going to make it.
Minister, what does this mean concretely? Because as you say, the ICJ noted, that all countries have an obligation to fight climate change, but it was only advisory. So have you actually been able to use this ruling to advance climate action concretely?
Not at the international level, but this case has been used in numerous cases of domestic litigation and succeeded. So it's added to the growing body of law that can be used against governments to force changes in policy and laws by countries. And we saw that almost immediately after the advisory opinion was handed down.
Governor, you said everything would change in 3 years. The global climate community, I think, has lost faith in the US's ability to support climate action. Yep. So if you were to become president, maybe the next president, what would you do to restore trust in US actions?
Well, look, my job today, my day job is governor of California. By the way, to put it in perspective, the size of 21 US state populations combined, California. And as a consequence, when we move at scale. And we talk about the power of emulation, this notion that success leaves clues. We're, again, no longer asserting our capacity to change the way we produce and consume energy. We're actually proving it can be done and see our economy thrive as a consequence of it. We have enshrined in law, in the spirit of what you just said, our goals through a cap and invest program through 2045. So we have doubled down in terms of a consistent regulatory framework, by the way, that has invited in tens of billions of dollars of investment in this space, 60 ZEV manufacturer supply chains moving in the state of California. All the R&D in electric vehicles dominantly is in my home state. We set the first goals for 100% zero emission vehicles by 2035. Of course, Trump administration has vandalized that, but we jump-started. That investment was 29% in the last quarter of all new car purchases. So we're continuing to move, continuing to thrive. And so the point is subnational in the context of your prior point, because folks haven't walked away globally, and I don't think this, I know this. I happen to co-chair the MOU Under 2 coalition, where we have folks from all across the world at the state level that don't care about the prevailing winds at the federal level, that are in the how business, that are working and implying these ideals, working with business, not just working with governments to move forward. So that gives me confidence. I know 3 years is a long time, but it gives me confidence that we continue to weather the storm. Final point, it's what Andrew said. The ultimate confidence is the ultimate gauge, and that is the ROI. He's making the business case at scale. This is one of the largest miners on planet Earth that's about to save $1 billion a year in energy costs because he gets it and he gets things done.
Yeah. Andrew?
Look, and I'd just like to, thank you, Governor. I'd just like to turn our attention to Europe. Europe, you're focusing here hard on your military security, on your geostrategic security, and it's going to take a while if you want to get to full autonomy, maybe at least $1 trillion. But everything stands on your energy security. You're not an independent, autonomous group of nations unless you have full energy security. Switching between President Putin to President Trump, well, choose your own poison, Europe. I'm just saying that if you wind up with 80% of oil or gas coming from one country, it doesn't matter if it's the United States or Russia, I don't think you're that autonomous. So my simple message to you is you have a bank of energy called North Africa, which is multiple times of anything which Saudi Arabia will ever produce, and it's right on your doorstep. The Kingdom of Morocco, it's a 14th century monarchy. It's a little stable, it's a little boring. That's perfect to develop very large energy systems in. So I'm putting a proposal to Europe now that we develop a fully green state in Morocco. We drive down energy prices, making Morocco one of the most investable nations on earth. That helps a huge amount with all your immigration issues across Europe. But it also helps Europe massively because it can drive the greening of Western Europe. Now, we can do this. We've proven it in our own company, Fortescue. Trust what someone does just as much, even more than what they say. We're doing it. We can take that model straight across to Morocco, straight across to Europe. Laying cables at 2 to 2.5 gigawatts of cable isn't difficult. We can do it in about a year. We lay 40 to 50 of these electrical cables, which we can do. It's within our balance sheet in the next several years. And we've created an energy supply for Europe approximating the scale of Germany. And so Europe, you reach to the Nordic countries and you got way more energy independent. And now I'm saying reach to your other neighbours, reach to Morocco, and reach to Fortescue. Fortescue will stand behind this and turn Europe green to have much more competitive energy prices. You'll be in command of your own destiny. You will not be a vassal state to anyone.
Lydia Pereira.
Yeah, well, what Andrew is saying is very right, and that's actually the case for clean technologies. I have been pushing for this agenda in Europe. California is a great example, but yet the investment on clean technologies, if we compare Europe and US, in the US there's still, even if Donald Trump is not engaged with his concerns for climate change, but still the venture capital on clean technologies in the US is double or far more double than the investment that is made in Europe. But it is true, like in Europe, we don't have natural resources, so we better invest our knowledge, our money into a technology that we still have some level of, we are still pioneers on some of those solutions. And obviously, when we talk about climate, it's obvious that disruptive weather events, they expose our vulnerabilities to critical infrastructure. And once again, referring back to what's happening at the moment in Portugal, like there's still people without electricity, there's still people without access to water. So it is a vulnerable country at the moment. Not to speak about the recovery costs that it implies. We are talking about specifically 4.5 billion euros just for this occasion. So I would say clean technologies and fixing the fragmented energy market in Europe, it is crucial to be strategic and talking about defense. And if we talk about defense, we cannot be talking about fighter jets that use oil resources, right? We have to find alternative ways to be able to not to depend on third countries. So when we talk about climate, we are talking about security, we are talking about innovation, we are talking about an economic model that I think Andrew very much well put it forward. And I think it is something that we really need to push for in Europe, and it needs the commitment from prime ministers. Because I can tell you, I come from the European Parliament. The issue is not in the European Parliament. The issue is at the heads of state to agree on the strategy to pursue and combining national objectives and European interests, which is often the case, the national interests and the European objectives. But I think we have to shift here a bit the mindset.
And the EU has agreed to cut emissions quite significantly, but there's not a real framework for post-2030. So what needs to be in it? And actually, can you do that with coherent policy without adding too much bureaucracy in these times?
Well, that's exactly what we are trying to address. We want to simplify, to be easier to attract investments to Europe. And as I said, we have to bear in mind the following. When we adopted the climate law, it was at the peak of the pandemic. So we have delivered for what people's aspirations were at the time. But there was also sometimes not the easiest of the political context to agree on what should be more feasible as well for businesses. And that's why it is so important that we address the issue of bureaucracy and we can show that it is possible to have economy and environment going hand in hand. Because without economy, without prosperity, we don't have then innovation to pursue our climate goals. So we really need to fix this, and that's why the omnibuses are the simplification processes that are in course are so important to be able for member states to achieve these goals. But once again, a lot of the issues still remain in the capitals. And it is very crucial that in the Council, even this week, there was a discussion about competitiveness, about where we want to go in the long term. So, prime ministers, this is a wake-up call. We need your leadership as well, because we know that the national politics consume a lot of their time. But if we don't fix this, we don't deliver on the European interests. And geopolitics, when we talk about energy transition, there's a trade element here. So it is a geopolitical discussion. And that's why the capitals the prime ministers really have to be aligned in delivering on these common objectives.
Minister, how can countries in the global north and south overcome their current differences and join forces?
Well, a good example is what happened at COP30, where a group of about 80 of us decided to have this meeting in Colombia in April. To find this fossil fuel pathway that we need to get off the addiction to fossil fuels. We couldn't do it at COP in the political process because there were countries stopping. It's a consensus-based thing, so a few countries can hold us ransom, but we took it outside, and we'll be holding a meeting in the Pacific for Pacific Island countries next month, preparing for that meeting. Every region's doing it. And then we go there and we come up with something and we try and tie it back to the UNFCCC process. But otherwise, we're setting up these legal mechanisms, this accountability, and agreeing to, for example, trade measures. EU's taken the lead on that. Other measures that we can agree as a group of countries that we want to implement together and see if we can bring that back to the larger group.
Governor, Chinese electric vehicle manufacturers are actually producing high-quality vehicles at lower price than U.S. competitors, right? Given California's 2035 zero-emission vehicle mandate, do you believe the state can realistically meet those targets without access to Chinese EVs?
Well, if there's any state that can, it's California. But look, my state of mind, let's clarify. 70% of global EVs are coming from China. And it's statecraft for them. It's about supply chains. It's about influence. It's about dominance. These guys aren't screwing around. I say this with admiration. They're flooding the zone in Europe. They're flooding the zone in South America. I mean, what Donald Trump just did yesterday with the endangerment finding by basically eliminating any federal regulations, not just on power plants, methane, but also tailpipe emission, I think was writing a death sentence to legacy American automobile manufacturers. You talk about innovation. It's been California's regulation in this space that's driven manufacturing innovation that allows American automobile manufacturers to be competitive globally. It's no longer just cheap. I mean, sure, the BYD Lamborghini Mini, it's $9,700. They're no longer just, I mean, now they're doing 5-minute chargers. Fill up your SUV. It's about 5 minutes. It's the tech stack that comes on top of it. And it's a whole generation of young folks. Don't bet against young folks. They bat last, they bat 1,000. We know where the market's going. China gets it. Look at their GDP growth last year. Where was their GDP growth disproportionately? It was in the clean energy space. This is about economic prosperity and competitiveness. And that's why I'm so infuriated with what Donald Trump has done. It's our fiercest competitor moving forward, China, in this space. So California is it. It's the only game left in the EV space. Again, because of the intense investment in R&D. Remember, Tesla exists for one reason: California's regulatory market, which created the incentives and the structure and the certainty that allowed Elon Musk and others to invest and build that capacity. We are not walking away from that. In fact, again, we have doubled down and extended our nation-leading efforts through 2045.
How will you, get to those targets by 2035?
We have a plan. We call it a scoping plan. Every 5 years, the California Air Resources Board puts it out. It's interesting, in that plan, just in the spirit of innovation, California has the second largest installed utility-scale batteries in the world, China and the state of California. That wasn't in our last scoping plan. It was technology that we didn't even envision in our previous scoping plan. So we put out detailed 5-year plans. Every single target California has advanced, we have exceeded. Every single one, proving the point. I know there's sort of this theories that it's just goal setting and that we can never achieve these goals, or they're just stretch goals. Quite the contrary. I think the biggest mistake, in the spirit of Michelangelo, is that the biggest risk is that we aim too low and reach it, as opposed to aim too high and miss it. And that's California's mindset, and it has to be, again, in order for us to compete in this next big global market.
Thank you all. We have 15 minutes, so we go to questions from the floor. The first question, I'd love to invite the Munich young leader, Ryan Oliveira de Aguirre Atias, to ask the first question. And then could I see just a very quick show of hands so that I go around the room? We have someone on the second, and then first row, and then one on the... But here, let's start with Ryan. If there's a microphone, there you go, right here on the aisle seat.
Hi, thank you so much. So my name is Rayane. I'm from the state of Pernambuco in northeast Brazil. And I've been quite happy to follow the discussions today, and I'm very honored to be the first Munich young leader to ask the question. So while national diplomacy is failing to tackle climate change, subnational diplomacy is moving forward. But not every state is as powerful and rich as California. So I come from a very poor region in Brazil, where fighting climate change means improving people's access to urban infrastructure, clean water, food security, health public services. So I guess my question is how the international community can help subnational governments and local climate action to move forward and making sure that resources are really getting to that level. And how do you see the future of climate finance in this context that we're facing now, where powerful countries are diverting international aid into defense?
Thank you. Great question. Let's have maybe Governor Andrew and then Governor Newsom. Yeah.
The very first way is to help you with technology and the provision of equipment. I speak to countries all over the world who ship in oil tankers every few days or gas tankers every day, and I'm saying, well, stop doing that. Like I'd say to your own state, the technology exists now with solar, with wind, with batteries, and most importantly with AI. We didn't have it only 6 to 9 months ago. We didn't have it, but we do have it now. You can run a renewable energy grid in your state with AI, which wasn't possible before. You get a cloud bank floating over the top of a solar farm in your state, everything changes. You have to make decisions at literally light speed. Humans can't do that. we've pioneered how to do that, but so has other institutions. So I'd say speak to whoever you need to, but particularly those in leadership, and say, you're blowing up our state's capital, you're keeping us poor, buying all this fossil fuel. What we'd like you to do is to invest that in replacing all those imports into our state with our own ability to make all our own power, 24/7 base load power. And that is within your grasp now. It wasn't, but it is now. And this is the transition in action. This is the economic transition in action. So I'd be delighted to speak to your state because I'm seeing it happen in my own country. It can happen in yours.
Governor?
When I was in Belém, we signed 22 MOUs with 22 states in Brazil. And the MOUs are not pieces of paper. They're commitments from the state of California to provide technical assistance and to provide resources and a resourceful mindset, meaning an openness to engage in problem solving. Let me give you a specific example. The modern environmental movement in the United States, again, started in California under Ronald Reagan. Not because Ronald Reagan was a fierce champion of clean air and clean water until he had to be. Los Angeles was so smoggy that businesses were complaining to the governor saying, we can't do business here. So he decided to do something about it with tailpipe. That's exactly why Donald Trump just said, pollute the hell out of the United States. That's called deficit spending. Pollution is an act of theft in the health of a nation and the cleanup costs. You saw all this just in the United States of America alone, 23 weather-related events last year that cost the taxpayers over $1 billion. We are, again, as dumb as we want to be. Don't tell me this is about saving money. Quite the contrary. But it was interesting, and this is the point, the folks in China paid some attention. We established relationships with China. They send technical teams, and literally some of their low-carbon green growth specific to their cap and trade programs came from the example of California and the work we did. And Beijing is proof positive of a lot of that technical assistance and support. So that's at scale the kind of work we do in terms of this relationship, nationally, subnationally, people to people, to actually solve problems despite, again, who's in office in a particular jurisdiction.
Thank you. So we have a question here on the second row and then first row. I'm actually going to get 2 questions at a time because I think we have a lot of questions and only 10 minutes left.
Thank you. So I am Eugene. I'm also one of the Munich Young Leader Program this year, and I'm from China. I work for Rocky Mountain Institute, a US-based think tank focusing on energy security. Energy transition. So my question is, actually, in the past 5 years, we have witnessed that the climate issue has become unnecessarily political. Because of geopolitics, because of trade imbalance, etc. While at the same time, we are also seeing the clean technology becoming cost competitive. For example, in Southeast Asia, also South Asia, we are seeing renewables and also like the electric two-wheelers or vehicles being adopted by the consumer themselves, where the policy are not really in place yet. So it's very like bottom-up development. So my question is, what can we do? What are the additional things we can do to make climate more market-based and science-based instead of political-based? What are the additional actions we can take, or what are the things that we must stop immediately now by whatever stakeholders in this climate regime?
Great, thank you so much. Let's take a second question from the gentleman on the front row.
So thank you. I'm Perjan Pons, I'm MP from Spain. So Lydia, I totally subscribe what you said. All countries, we are vulnerable, Spain as well. Second thing, I'm the president of the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, 57 countries. 2 things. First one, how can revert this idea that the transition and climate change is paid by middle and lower classes and the elites are taking advantage of this? And the second question is, can we dissociate security of climate security? There cannot be climate security without global security. So I think it's an oxymoron. But look at the room; it's not fully empty, fully booked. But it is the key issue that this is a political link to both issues. Thank you.
Great questions. Lydia Pereira, do you want to get us started?
Yeah, I will start by the last one. Well, indeed, we have to acknowledge that things have changed. That's why I said, I referred to the example of the popular support in the streets. It is not the same. Things have changed. But at the same time, it is a responsibility from the leaderships to stay in course in the actions that we decided some years ago. Because if we start being uncertain about the policies to take, then it doesn't bring any assurance for the business community. And this leads me to the first question. I think there's a huge responsibility, a corporate responsibility, to be more active and more outspoken, like Andrew said, about these issues, because companies are also affected by climate action or climate effects. So it is really important, and we have to learn, and here it is a challenge for the media eventually, media and social media, but we have to learn more about the success stories that our climate action is bringing to prosperity, to salaries. People have to feel in their electricity bill the opportunities that investing in photovoltaic panels brings, more than using the normal usage of electricity. So it has to be felt by people. The same way, unfortunately, that it is felt when we have a climate disruption, like the example I gave, when my rooftop, part of it just disappeared. The other way around, the positives of what the economic model that underlies in the climate action, then I think we can stay in course. But to conclude, the business community is really crucial here, and I see a lot of silence, and I see a lot of fear sometimes when it is the time to be more vocal. And I'm saying this because, as a member of the European Parliament, we had now the discussions about, and the decision about Mercosur, the trade deals. Trade deals are, by the way, great instruments to make sure that everyone takes its part in the climate action. Mercosur, a huge opportunity for the European industries at large, all the sectors, from agriculture to automotive. But there was a vocal mobilization from farmers against Mercosur, but the impact for the industry is huge. So it is time for businesses to speak up about the good things, about the positives that this transformation is bringing to the world. And we don't see that. We only see the worst part of only when there's climate disasters or whatever, but we don't see what the clean technologies are bringing for families and for companies. So it has to be visible for people so they feel mobilized in the efforts that we are making and in the salary that they are taking.
Andrew, I mean, we've talked about this in the past, that a lot of people may, a lot of chief executives maybe continue on this path, but they don't want to be vocal because they're worried about politics.
Yeah, look, if I can just answer your question very concisely. I think, of course, the way you frame the question, you're already doing very much the right thing, but I'd ask your leaders now, when are you going to stop burning fossil fuel? Name the date. And you're not doing it because, on one side of your life you're a scientist or a philanthropist or whatever. You're doing it because you want a better economic solution. You want a higher standard of living for lower cost of living. And if they say, well, oh my goodness, I don't think I can name a date, then say, well, the technology's there, the examples are there, the talent with you isn't. What about you get off the stage, give the microphone back and hand it to someone who will name a date to get off fossil fuel? You'll all be better off.
Okay, we have 5 minutes. I'm going to try and get 2 more questions. So here on the third row, and then I don't know if there's a microphone coming. So that's the first question, and then we can take a final last question. They're from the person sitting in the booth on the left afterwards. Yeah, go ahead.
Governor Grissom, hi. Lutika Burke from Andrew Forrest's Native Australia. You speak about reclaiming leadership on climate change after temporary Donald Trump. But one of the things we're observing about the US from the outside at least is actually there's a lot of timidity to push back on anything that Trump is rewriting. So where is your confidence that you can lead the United States people to this debate and putting Humpty Dumpty back together again if you can?
Well, people better buck up, wake up. I mean, I made some pretty aggressive comments in Davos. I think I handed out knee pads on stage. for, you know, corporate leaders, sold out, universities, you know, law firms in my country that are selling out. You just got to call this stuff out. Look, the polluted heart of the climate crisis is big oil, period, full stop. That's what this is all about. I mean, that's where the politics, that's where the timidity comes from. You talk about the tech stack. You can't get in one of these modern new vehicles and ever want to go back to the old gas guzzler. I mean, the technology, and we can talk in terms of just energy efficiency and how we bring down costs, and we've got to address those cost issues. But the biggest problem is the deceit and the denial that's happening because of these special interests. And so you just have to have the courage to call it out. And I agree with you. It's infuriating what I hear privately, but is not expressed publicly. And so we have to call people out. They'll be held to account. They will be judged and ultimately judge themselves. And I think this is a moral moment, across the board, simultaneous crisis, not just climate, but democracy. All this stacking of stress. And we all have a relationship to it. Society becomes how we behave. We are our behaviors. And so all of us have a role to play. All of us have agency. We can shape this conversation, but we have to stand up with more clarity, conviction, and we have to be more consistent.
People don't speak up because they're afraid of retaliation.
Yeah. Well, you know, buck up. So am I. There's probably not a politician in the United States. I mean, I'm under assault attack by this guy every single day. Here's the President of the United States. He's 80 years old, and he's calling me a nickname that an 8-year-old called me, new scum. The President of the United States. You saw the racist tropes he put out. This is the President of the United States of America. Call this guy out. Stop this timidity. Stop with the BS diplomacy. You're in the rearview mirror. The recklessness of our own actions. And how, I mean, we're all becoming Chamberlains in this space. We have a supine United States Congress, so we have to stand up. Corporate leaders have to stand up. People have to stand up.
That is really
and
something
so,
I said very strongly to endorse your point, Governor, very strongly to the corporate leaders all across Davos, across the world, and I opened this afternoon. Remember your values. Your values brought you here. The science hasn't changed. Your values should not change. They shouldn't weaken just because they're threatened and challenged. When this is the time now to stand up. As Governor Newsom was saying, I say to every corporate leader in the world, now is the time to stand. Face into this onslaught against your common sense, against your own values. 2030, you're going to be judged. Please be judged well. Act now. Do not fade. Do not go quiet. Do not go silent. This is the time to speak up, and this is the time to act.
Thank you. I promised the last question. We're almost out of time, but please go ahead.
Elisa Miebach, climate reporter for the German public television. After the brilliant conclusions we just had, I would just like to ask Minister Regenvanu of Tuvalu, can you give us one conclusion? We're talking about the nexus of climate and security here. What does it mean for you coming from the front lines of climate change?
Minister.
It means if we don't address the climate crisis, if we don't immediately do a phase out of fossil fuels that's fair and full, as Andrew's been talking about, there's going to be no future for lots of people in the Pacific Islands, lots of people in the small island developing states. And we're part of this world, you know. We're part of this international community, and we need the support of everyone in the international community. And we don't need this kind of backing away from the issue that we're seeing. We know that it's the oil lobby. We know that it's the profits that are being made by certain companies that are causing the world to end. And it's the countries in this room, it's the developed states, it's the first world that needs to deal with this problem, because we're the victims of your problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for a wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, well done. I think they're amazing.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main program in the conference hall will continue at 5:30 p.m. with the session Destructive Ambiguity, Deterring and Countering Hybrid Warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, will continue at 5:30 in the main conference hall. Until then, enjoy your coffee. start in 5 minutes in the conference room. We kindly ask everyone to take your seats till we begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way back into the main conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will start momentarily in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back there and take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. We'll start with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final call. Please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. We'll begin with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Center for European Policy Analysis, Alina Polyakova.
Good afternoon. It's my absolute pleasure to be here at the Munich Security Conference to chair and moderate a very important panel on destructive ambiguity, deterring and responding to Russian hybrid warfare. But before we get there, it's my pleasure and honor to please welcome to the stage the President of the German Federal Intelligence Service, President Martin Jäger, to set the scene for us. Please welcome President Jäger.
Thank you, Alina, and ladies and gentlemen. Doing a scene setter is something new for me. I usually do and often do intel briefings. However, I usually don't do these briefings in public town hall meetings. So let's see how that goes. 72 hours ago, I was standing in Kiev, and now I'm standing here at the Bayerische Hof. The gap between these two places could not be wider, and exactly that gap is the target area of Russia's hybrid war or shadow war. First, important observation. What we understand as hybrid warfare is inherent to Russia's understanding of warfare as such. President Putin uses hybrid measures not just to secure Russia's strategic interests, but also to prepare the battlefield and to complement direct military force. The Kremlin's hybrid operations in Ukraine, already since 2004, are a case in point. The aim of Russia's warfare, hybrid warfare, is threefold. First, divide NATO. For over a year now, we have witnessed Moscow testing NATO. Airspace violations by drones in Poland, attempts to blow up railway tracks, all that is meant to disclose differing reactions of NATO member states and ultimately split the alliance between Europe and the US. Second aim of Russia's hybrid warfare is install governments with more pro-Russian views. To this end, Moscow drives wedges into our societies and tries to manipulate election processes. Elections in Moldova and Romania are recent examples, and we expect more hybrid campaigns throughout this election year in Germany. Third aim, paralyze Brussels. Russia wants to weaken our joint efforts to support Ukraine by delegitimizing the EU and fueling frictions between member states. This is dangerous, not just for our Ukrainian partners, but for all of us. If Russia succeeded, the consequences would be felt everywhere. Russia would try to further expand its sphere of influence on the European continent, and it would be able to blackmail European states, be it militarily, politically, or economically. What do we see exactly? Our intelligence shows it is Russia's leadership that orchestrates destabilizing campaigns in our society and fuels political crises. The malign tools Moscow uses are well known: disinformation, intimidation, espionage, sabotage, airspace violations, contract killings, persecution of opposition figures living abroad. Let me give you a few concrete examples. Espionage. Russia gains information
information superiority and fosters mistrust with up to 60,000 intelligence officers worldwide. And this does not include an even larger number of co-opted individuals, former military personnel, procurement helpers, and other proxies. Just this January, a woman was arrested in Berlin, allegedly having spied for the Russian GRU for years. Sabotage. Our Federal Criminal Police Office registered 321 suspected cases of sabotage and more than 2,000 drone sites in 2025. It is likely that Russian actors and their Telegram agents are behind numerous of these incidents. In planning and executing operations, Moscow not only tolerates but also consciously accepts the involvement of innocent victims. To name just one case, only due to a flight delay on July 2024, did the air freight of a DHL plane not explode in the air, but on the apron in Leipzig. This information. Just 2 months ago, the federal government, the German federal government, attributed a massive hybrid influence operation to Russia. The German intelligence services were able to prove the involvement of Russian actors and Moscow's direct responsibility. With the Storm 1516 campaign, the Kremlin, with the support of the GRU, attempted to influence the last federal election and to interfere in the internal affairs of the Federal Republic of Germany. Our analysis has shown that the campaign spread artificially generated pseudo-investigative research, deepfakes, and fabricated witness statements on various platforms. What can we do about it? The threat emanating from hybrid warfare has been recognized. There are numerous initiatives, declarations, and strategies within EU and NATO. But we likely agree we have not been successful enough. Deterrence is not working yet. This raises the question, do we simply want to continue to observe and record these developments, or have we reached a point where we must take active countermeasures? This question also applies to my service, the BND. In my opinion, the service must and will become more operational. All that requires a whole of government approach. Deterring hybrid warfare starts with resilience, and resilience starts with understanding Russian thinking and acting, not just among experts and politicians, but among the wider public, because the public is the main target. It is the public that needs to understand that seemingly unrelated hybrid activities are strategically related hostile acts, that we are no longer in a time of peace, and that Russia is playing the long game. We need to start doing so as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Jaeger. And if I could ask my distinguished panelists to please come join me on the stage. President of Moldova, Maja Sandu, Prime Minister of Sweden, Ulf Kristersson, and the head of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Dragone. Please welcome everyone to the stage. So I listened very carefully to what President Jaeger said in his scene-setting remarks, and I want to get straight into the discussion since we are in Munich time here and don't have a lot of time. But I was struck by a few comments that he made that I hope some of you may be able to pick up on. One is that in the past when we talk about so-called hybrid war, we were really talking about information and cyber operations. And now what we're really talking about is kinetic operations that are taking place not just in the eastern flank, not just in Moldova certainly, or Ukraine, but across Europe and across the entire NATO space. I think the second thing that I was struck by is that not only are these operations intensifying across the NATO domain, they are intrinsically linked to Russia's conventional war against Ukraine and part and parcel of Russia's strategic objectives to not just undermine NATO, but the entire cohesion of the EU and Europe at large. So I think we're facing an expansion of the Russian war in Ukraine, and we must see these two as deeply, deeply interlinked and think much more strategically about how to be not just reactive and not just think about deterrence by denial, but I think we need an entire new theory of deterrence to counter and defend against this type of shadow war, as we call it at my institution, SIPA. So President Sandu, I want to start with you. We have known each other for a little bit of time, and you are certainly a beacon of democracy and resilience in the eastern flank in Moldova. I wanted to start with you because Moldova has been the front line, and you have had a front row seat to Russia's hybrid attacks and Russian kinetic attacks against your country. When you think about withstanding this constant barrage of shadow war, what would you like your fellows, your counterparts in the rest of Europe who are maybe encountering this for the first time to really learn from your experience?
Thank you very much. In the case of Moldova, we have experienced probably all the elements of the hybrid war, and not all of them are going to be used in your countries, but the most important one is the cognitive war, because this is difficult to see, and this can have significant impact. In the case of Moldova, Russia's narrative has been, you are a small country, you have a weak state, your institutions are not able to protect you, to deliver. They try to portray us as corrupt leadership, saying that EU choice is a bad choice, EU is not for you because EU has different values or it does not respect your traditional values, and that in the end, if you do not vote for people who support Russia, then what is happening to Ukraine is going to happen to Moldova. So the narrative has been like that, and of course the economic situation being affected by the war in Ukraine was not great, and this was also used by Russia. When the living standards are not growing, it's easier for Russia to use that. So we have seen all of it. Cyber, just to give you one example, the day of the elections, the Central Electoral Committee site received almost 1 billion malicious requests. The idea was to take it down. And why was that important? Because they wanted to discredit the elections. In Moldova, for many years, you can see immediately after the elections the counting of the results. So like in 2 hours, 3 hours after the elections end, you know who won the elections. Imagine if last year when we had the parliamentary elections, at some point the site would go down and then people will believe, like Russia kept saying, that these are false results. So 1 billion of such attacks. The information manipulation, this was the most important one, and this is the most dangerous for everybody. Just one troll farm, which had 100 or 90 TikTok accounts, they produced thousands of videos, and they reached 35 million views in a country with 2.4 million people. And there were many examples like that. The illegal financing. In Moldova, this was about financing pro-Russian political parties, and since 2023, Russia established 10 new political parties, in addition to those which have been there before. And then they also tried to bribe voters. This has been difficult to trace the money because they're using more and more cryptocurrency. They're using all kinds of channels, and it's not easy to trace this. And we have estimated that Russia spent last year on Moldova's elections about 2% of Moldova's GDP, just to give you, an example of what it means. And then, of course, destabilization activities, because this goes well with fear, paid protests, sabotage, and many other things. These were the main elements, but I guess for many countries, the manipulation of information is the most dangerous part to democracy.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I'm going to come back to you on some of the quite shocking statistics you mentioned that I'm guessing not everyone in this room was aware of. 1 billion attacks on your central election system, 2% of Moldovan GDP spent by the Russian side to try to manipulate your elections. You know, it's interesting how much Russia is investing, even though some of these new tools like AI that you alluded to are obviously making cognitive warfare cheaper. So we can just imagine the combination of financing plus new tools of warfare being deployed, what effect that has. So Prime Minister, I want to come to you. The President mentioned the importance of cognitive warfare as a tool of hybrid war. As Sweden has recognized the idea of psychological defense as being a whole of society issue, as I think President Jaeger also mentioned. And I was reading some of your recent remarks, and you said that Russia has been reckless in its use of these kinetic below threshold threats. Given how vulnerable so many European countries are that are not used to these kinds of attacks, do you think it's fair to say that deterrence is not just being tested, but that it has in fact already failed?
I don't think it has failed, at least not yet. I think first it's very humbling to and learning to talk to Maya on these things, because you realize what the Russians really can do when they find the opportunities, and it also gives you reason to figure out what are our vulnerabilities. We have not exactly the same. We have other ones. And just to state the obvious, I think for a country like Sweden, we have been suspicious against the Russians since the 17th century. So we have some kind of experience on that. We have very little of a Russian-speaking minority, and honestly, those who do speak Russian in Swedish, quite a few of them are soldiers trained by Sweden. So they have other reasons for being. They are not that attracted to these messages, and we have full unity on the support for Ukraine in politics, which doesn't really create this vulnerability. So I think, and to add to that, we by tradition have extremely good intel on what Russia is doing. So there we have limited vulnerabilities. The Baltic Sea is a bigger one. The Baltic Sea is a big vulnerability, and I think it's fair to say, given our experiences for the last years, that the Baltic Sea has never been tested so much as it is right now. It's equally fair to say that we have built up capacities to defend the Baltic Sea in a much, much more detailed way. So I think it's more protected also compared to before. We do not attribute if we don't have extremely good evidence for that, but that does not mean that we are naive. So we don't think things just occur, you know. Suddenly things just happen, very hard to explain. But there's a huge difference between realizing that this might very well be an attack, kinetic attack, even though under the threshold, and just, you know, just an accident. The word bad seamanship tend to end up in the debate very often, honestly. And there might be a limit to how many bad seamen you should find out there. But we have vulnerabilities, and we have increased our efforts enormously.
So I'm going to come back to you on this issue of the shadow fleet, which is a slightly different problem set, but an incredibly significant one, certainly for Sweden and for all Baltic states. But I want to come back to President Jaeger with the same question about deterrence. Because you mentioned in your opening remarks that we need to start thinking differently and more proactively. But based on what you described, the number of sabotage operations that you're tracking in Germany alone, not the entire European and NATO space, it does seem like deterrence has failed, and it seems like the Russians have an open playing field. What do you say to that?
This is a two-stage process. First, you are confronted with specific, smaller, sometimes bigger events, and you connect the dots, and you find there is a pattern. So this is the first step. Second step, and this is really difficult, you need to attribute what you see. And this is always a very complicated and a time-consuming process. I just mentioned that we made a public attribution to a Russian cyber group, Storm 1516. We could trace that back to the GRU, but that took quite a while. So that's not easy. And the third step, this is what I mentioned, necessarily must be that we make the other side very clear, if you continue to do such things, this will not be without consequences. And this is the last link. So I'm deeply convinced we should much more often prove that we would be able to do very similar things to make the other side also feel the pain.
So keeping with that issue and comment you just made about consequences, Admiral, I want to come to you. You obviously chair one of NATO's most important decision-making bodies, and I wanted to ask about something you recently also said in an interview where you said that NATO is considering getting more aggressive in pushing back against these types of hybrid threats. But is NATO now actually doing, not just considering? And what are the consequences that you think would be credible and legitimate consequences to impose on the Russian side?
Okay. I know it. I know the answer. But, let me go very, very quickly through what happened. That happened back in last year, September. Then the Financial Times, then the interview went up 40 days after. Why? I don't know, but that was something unusual. But again, then a lot of stuff come up on a newspaper. Well, NATO is aggressive and on and on. I got something to read on that day. Just let you know that that was 2nd of December. Up to the 30th of November, my name, NATO and Cavo Dragone, whatever name, on the media was just pretty much zero. In the 1st and the 2nd of December, my name was on the media for 34,500 times. Except for my ego, who skyrocketed, I was so happy. But other than that, we find out in NATO that on that huge number, the 85% of the time, that name was, that article was kept by Russia or Belarusia sites or trolls or bot or hobbit or whatever, call it the way you want it, and was remanaged and highlighted the words preemptive attack and aggressive, just to demonstrate that NATO was aggressive. That got that kind of result on the media, and just consider that Russia are spending $2 billion per year just for cognitive warfare, and they succeed. So NATO on this side, NATO is discussing all the options, and again, it's to be not to be just reacting, but acting or be proactive It could be one of them. But again, in the hybrid warfare, this means, I give you an example. We had aircraft, civilian aircraft, jammed in their global positioning system, and so on. Finally, they need to do something, let's call it an emergency landing or close to that, because they were jammed by a site. Okay, next time, if we know it, and if we know from where this kind of jamming is happening, we should, or we could, is one option. Just interfere with that, just jam early, and save lives. And they're also doing hybrid stuff on power plants, which are, serving hospitals, emergency room, and on and on. So, if I know in advance that something is going to happen in this hybrid field without taking into consideration escalation, so doing something proportional, that could be an option. NATO is not doing this, but this is one of the options that NATO could adopt, and I confirm.
Can I ask, why are we so afraid of talking about getting on the offense when it comes to hybrid threats? The Russians are intensifying their attacking critical infrastructure, they're attacking civilian infrastructure, they're assassinating people on European NATO land and territory. The list is very long, and I think President Yeager did a very good job outlining it. Why do we seem to be afraid of saying we will get on the offensive? Why is that a problem?
Yeah, well, let's state that we are a political military defensive alliance. Political military is not in alphabetical order, as you can imagine. It's just because the political side will take decision, the military side will give the best advices that we can to the political decision maker. It is something that one of the limits that we pose to ourselves, that I don't agree personally. But in all our confrontation with our counterpart, we have a lot of limits given to us by our morale, by our ethic, that our counterparts doesn't have. Again, we decide this because we are democracies, so we have to cope with that. But I think that we could think of start talking that some preemptive action could save lives. It could be the way just to face this kind of attack and to be able to solve this kind of problem.
I think the other word that we should be thinking about is asymmetric response, right? It doesn't have to be symmetric. We don't have to do what the Russians are doing to us to induce costs and to switch to, I think, a different idea of deterrence, not by denial, but deterrence by punishment. I want to bring in more from the rest of the panel. And Prime Minister, I want to come back to you because we were talking about a connected part of hybrid war, but a separate issue, which is something that's very top of mind for you, and I know for Sweden and the Nordic states, the shadow fleet. That is a huge problem for all of Europe. Do you think we have exhausted the legal capacity and capabilities to deter the so-called shadow fleet, these unflagged or strangely flagged vessels that keep crossing the Baltic Sea? It's still happening. So have we exhausted our solutions? And if so, what should we be thinking about?
No, first of all, we have not exhausted those possibilities, even though we tend, as democracies, we tend to be pretty cautious. We prefer, the freedom of navigation. We don't breach, conventions because there are risks in that as well. But I think we are pretty successful, and that connects to your other question of being asymmetric. Hurting the Russian economy is another way of doing that, basically. And I think that is perhaps more successful than, we don't have the tradition of running around the world and assassinating people. And I don't think we should take it up either. So we have better methods. I think the Russian economy is extremely vulnerable. We have a lot of data telling us that they are being very much hurt, and the shadow fleet is one way of doing that, the sanctions. But if we really were serious, massive sanctions from the US and Europe all jointly would have massive effect on Russia. So we are slightly slightly hypocrisy in this. We could do far more than we are doing. And on the other topic, we are defensive, obviously, but it is very possible to be have very offensive defense measures, and we don't always talk about we are able to. I mean, obviously, we have pretty offensive defense methods also in cyber that we are developing, learning from those who actually try to hurt us as well. But there are good reasons why not we don't, explain that in public.
Thank you for that, Prime Minister. I want to stick with the idea of methods. You described quite a few asymmetric methods that could lead to a more effective deterrent. One of the things that we work a lot in my institution in Washington at CIPA is that this idea of a theory of deterrence by punishment, not by denial. But I think the methods of the intelligence agencies are different than some of the ones you described and potentially complementary. So I wanted to ask you, President Yeager, you started to outline some potential ways in which we can impose consequences. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that in addition to what the Prime Minister just put out. And then I want to come back to President Sandu on a question about the EU.
Yeah, I fully understand that the Admiral feels and sees some restraints on the NATO side, because the stuff we are discussing here is typically stuff be dealt with by intelligence agencies. And I also agree asymmetric might be a good approach. For example, a foreign country blowing up railway tracks in Poland, our answer must not necessarily be and should not necessarily be blowing up railway tracks in another more eastern country. But we do have opportunities to make them feel the pain. Just take the example of cryptocurrency. For people acquainted with the right methods, it's possible to steal other people's cryptocurrency, and that hurts. And this is just one example.
So thank you for that. So President Sandu, I want to come back to you before we open up for Q&A, which is a big and important part of the MSC tradition, but we haven't talked about the EU. And of course, enlargement is a very important issue for Moldova. It's an important issue for the broader union. How do you see the relationship between Moldova's accession to the EU and perhaps Ukraine's as well, connected to deterring these kinds of hybrid threats and hybrid attacks?
Well, Moldova has resisted the attacks during our 2024 elections, 2025. But there is that much that we can do when you are a small country alone. We have learned, we have increased the resilience of our institutions, we have exposed what Russia was doing, which was not difficult because Russia's interference has been brutal. In other countries, it's not that brutal and it's more difficult to expose it. We had the whole of society and whole of government approach, and this is what helped. But we do need to be part of the EU if we want to survive as a democracy, and we want to survive as a democracy. And there is a window of opportunity now, and we need to use it, because otherwise uncertainty leads to vulnerability, and Russia is using very well, exploring very well these vulnerabilities. So we are committed to a merit-based process. We're doing our best, but we also hope that the member states, the EU institutions are going to find the solutions so that the EU integration will happen, the enlargement will happen.
Thank you so much. And I want to come to a Munich young leader for our first question, and please catch my eye if you want to come into the conversation. Gideon, where are you in the audience? There you are.
Thank you. My name is Gideon Adunya. I'm the political advisor to the German Navy chief. So my question goes to the Admiral. Admiral, sir, what can NATO do, or how should NATO react when we see our interests not targeted in our home countries, but in regions abroad, for example, Russian campaigns in West Africa targeting our interests there. How can we enhance resilience with these countries?
I think that considering that our area of responsibility is kind of, well defined in geographically speaking, but all this kind of area are of course under tight attention for us, and we are having an aggressive partnership program to try to be close to whoever nation are asking us to be helped. So that's basically what we usually do on a request basis. I want to be clear that we are not proposing ourselves out of the blue, but if this nation think that our 77 years experience, the way that we have practiced, procedure, doctrine, probably we made mistake and we've refined all of them. So, the 77 years of experience, we are just giving them all they need in this and just following them side by side. That's either we call it institution building, and we are close to them. And also, hybrid warfare is part of the issue that probably they need more. And of course, we are kind of ready 120% to stay side by side with them, and they can be elected as partner with some condition to be partner, and we can just interact with them if they need this kind of help and support. We have been doing this, and we are eager to do that.
Thank you so much, Admiral. I'm going to take the next two questions together, so we have time for our panel to respond. The gentleman here, and then the lady here, together, please.
So thank you very much. I'm Saif. I am chairman of the Security Sector Reform Support Committee in Iraq National Security Council. So my question will be to President Yeager. Good to see you. As you served in Iraq, I would like to ask you this question. In an environment where hybrid threats increasingly exploit institutional fragility, how can partners balance deterrence with capacity building in states like Iraq without reinforcing dependency or undermining sovereign security sector reform? Thank you.
Would you mind holding for 1 second? I want to bring one more into the conversation, please.
I also started to, listening to the answer. My name is Hanna Libakova. I'm a journalist from Belarus, in exile, obviously, and yet another Munich young leader this year. My question is to Madam President and Prime Minister. There is a major enabler of Russia's aggression, military, and obviously hybrid threats. This is the Lukashenko regime, the Belarusian regime. And my question is specifically about that. So what should the response be towards the Lukashenko regime from the EU and potentially from NATO, of course, if you are willing to talk about that? Admiral, I'm asking because Lukashenko is the weakest link in the invasion, and essentially the weaker Lukashenko is, that would also make Putin weaker. Thank you.
And of course, Belarus is a staging ground for Russian kinetic and non-kinetic attacks against NATO and the EU. So I think the first question was to you, President, so please.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Very important question. Of course, that is possible. We can and we do support countries like Iraq and others, as you described it. We share knowledge, we cooperate, and we help where that is the wish of our partner to be educate. But the precondition for all these measures is we do it by invitation. So if a specific country asks us to help, we examine, we think about it, and if that makes sense for both of us, we are happy to do it.
Thank you, President. And then the question on Belarus, I think that was for everyone on the panel. Perhaps we can go in reverse order, and I welcome distinguished panel to make any final comments as we're very tight on time. So, Admiral, I'm going to start with you, Prime Minister, and Madam President.
Well, NATO is studying, is having, producing plans and contingencies and on and on. Belarus, of course, let's consider, NATO stated that Russia is the threat and global terrorism are the threat. That was back in 2022. Belarus, we can consider that a proxy, consider that, a very close ally to Russia. So I assume that we are just involving this area in our preemptive planning, in our regional plannings, in our family of plan, and of course we are handling that precisely like this, a threat. It is a threat.
Thank you, Admiral. Prime Minister.
Yeah, well, I'm not an expert on Belarus, but I know we have measures against them as well, but I do think we count them as proxies. But if I were to just, a segue would be, another enabler is China, obviously. And we should put much more energy on trying to limit the Chinese abilities to be so enabling of Russia's war, which in itself names another country, namely Iran. We see risks in Sweden. Iran, with the Swedish security agency has revealed the fact that Iran is weaponizing criminals in Sweden, not for views, but for news, to do bad things, which in itself creates a lot of uncertainty in our country.
Madam President.
I believe that the sovereignty of most of the countries which used to be part of the Soviet Union depends on how the war in Ukraine is going to end. And it should be in the interest of all these countries for Ukraine to win this war, because if not, then the sovereignty of these countries is going to be in danger. Unfortunately, some of these countries are actually helping Russia avoid sanctions. And I do believe that sanctions should be enforced, and those countries which are helping Russia to avoid sanctions should also pay the price.
So this has been an absolutely fascinating discussion. I have top 3 takeaways from it very briefly. One, my takeaway is that we need to do more and be more proactive, maybe consider a little less since we're in a state of war. My second takeaway is work through partnerships. Those are absolutely critical. And then lastly, think asymmetrically when it comes to deterring and defending against hybrid war, and maybe consider getting on the offense. So thank you so much to my distinguished panel. Please join me in thanking our panel for this conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall. We'll continue shortly with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall. stage the Interim Executive Director of the Center for Security and Emerging Technology, Helen Toad.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to be moderating this panel on AI, outsmarting ourselves, the risks and rewards of the AI race. And before I bring our group of panelists on stage, we will hear some short opening remarks from Professor Yoshua Bengio. Professor Bengio is an extremely distinguished AI researcher, known as one of the godfathers of deep learning. He's a Turing Award winner. He's the head of the Montreal Institute for Learning Algorithms, and he is now also the scientific director of Law Zero, a new organization he has recently founded. So, yeah, Professor Bengio, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today. I want to start by bringing you up to the facts, the scientific facts about the advances that AI is showing in scientific benchmarks over the last few years. But in particular, some people may have said that, oh, there's a slowdown, but we don't see that in those benchmarks. And if this continues, this will be so transformative for our societies, and in particular in ways that matter for security that I want to tell you about today. So yes, this technology can bring tremendous benefits, but only if we steer it wisely. And that means also something we can't do individually, in one company or one country. Maybe the most important message, besides the fact that capabilities are going up, is for you to understand or integrate the notion that intelligence gives power. Okay, and we're building machines that are smarter and smarter, and it seems to continue. So, what can go wrong with that power? It depends on how it's used. It can be used beneficially. And I want to bring an image that Dario Amodei has been using, this notion of a country of geniuses in a data center. So if things continue at the current rate, we'll have millions or hundreds of millions of these entities that could be as smart as our best researchers in, according to him, just a year, maybe a few years, depending on who you ask. So what can go wrong with a country of geniuses in a data center, right? It depends of two things. Who decides what they're going to be up to, and whether we can even control them to do the things that we want. So currently, the way that we're designing AIs doesn't prevent bad actors from using those systems, even though it's happening, behind an API, through the internet. So we don't even know how to make sure that the AIs are following our instructions. For example, not helping cyber attacks using the intelligence of the current systems. So, what is it going to be when these systems are much more powerful? One way to think about this is a little bit like this country of geniuses from a national security perspective. Is like another country, on the international scene. And we're not sure if they're going to be benevolent or if they're going to have bad intentions. And we're not sure if they're going to be working towards goals that we want, if they're controlled by others that may have, maybe in some ways in an adversarial position. So this question of how do we design AI that will follow our instructions, it's still something we don't know how to do. It's like we're training these entities like we're training a young animal, but the animal is getting smarter and bigger, and we still haven't figured it out. So if humanity was of one mind, it would be easy to fix this problem. But there's competition. There's competition between companies and there's competition between countries. In addition, the harms that could happen if this power is used in nefarious ways isn't something that's limited to one country, right? An AI could be designed in one country and then it could be used by people in a second country in a way that harms people in a third country. So we're going to need international coordination to deal with this. And it's difficult to do this coordination when we are all competing with each other, because in the short term, it looks like we have to cut corners on safety, on making sure that those AIs will respect our instructions. Because currently, all of the pressure on the companies, for example, is how do we make these AIs smarter, but not necessarily better behaving in a moral sense or just of following our instructions. So it's a kind of prisoner's dilemma where if we don't step out of the game and if we don't coordinate, there's a possibility that we all lose. We all lose because the technology we develop can be used by, say, rogue actors in a way that's going to harm us and a lot of people. Or we could all lose if we create even rogue AIs that we don't know how to control and are smarter than us. So it's not just a race towards progress. It's a race towards potentially shared instability. And there's no winning when speed outpaces safety, only a collective increase in risk. Without appropriate guardrails, it's important to understand that this technology could destabilize the geopolitical stability that we've known for many decades. There could be a concentration of power in the hands of a few companies or a few countries that completely changes the face of the stability that exists right now, whether it's economic or military. So there's a lot of uncertainty about everything that I'm saying. Nobody has a crystal ball, but if we look at the trends, this is where it looks like we're going. And there could be very positive outcomes or very negative outcomes. It's going to depend on our choices. It's going to depend on our ability to step back from that race. So to conclude, just want to mention that we will be presenting in India the International AI Safety Report, which is an international panel with 30 countries and where we have tried to bring together all the scientific evidence to inform policymakers about these issues. And I'll be pleased to offer my scientific perspective in this panel. Thank you.
I believe we just have a brief change of scenery. Professor Benjo, please have a seat, and I can introduce our remaining panelists. We have truly a powerhouse panel to discuss today. First, I'll introduce Henna Virkkunen, who is Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Technology, Sovereignty, Security, and Democracy. Welcome. Senator Chris Murphy is U.S. Senator for Connecticut, and I believe also has the distinction of being the first senator to have a tweet about AI go viral. So excellent participant for us today. Madam Fu Ying is the former Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China and is now the founding chair at the Center for International Security and Strategy of Tsinghua University, obviously a very familiar face at Munich. And Kent Walker is President for Global Affairs at Google. Welcome, Mr. Walker. Wonderful. So our time is short and our topic is very large. So I thought I would start by laying some groundwork that I believe we can all agree on. Just by show of nodding heads so we can get it covered. Do we all agree that AI is an absolutely transformative technology and deserves the attention of this conference? I think yes.
Yes.
Do we all agree that AI has the potential to create enormous benefits for society if we handle it well? I believe yes.
Yes.
And do we all believe that it poses significant risks that we will need to manage carefully? I believe also yes. Wonderful. So as a brief level setting, I would love to see, just by show of hands in the room, who here uses AI regularly? Language models, chatbots, similar. Fantastic. Okay, so a familiar room. That's great to know. To get started, I thought I would ask our the three panelists directly next to me, our government and former government panelists. We're constantly hearing about the need to win the AI race. Would you each talk from your, I think, fairly different vantage points about how you think about what it means to win an AI race, and if you think that's the right way to think about what is going on here?
We as Europeans, we see that it's very important that we have also our own capacity when it comes to AI, that we are not dependent totally on third countries or one company, because we see that this is very critical technology and we want to be able also to develop our own models in Europe and train with our content, with our languages, with our data here. But who is winning the AI race? I don't see that it's necessarily that we should have like one actor who is dominating AI. So I think those maybe who are able to really capture the productivity, also security value with the AI, they will be the winners, of course, in this race.
All right, so capturing economic and security value. Senator Murphy?
Well, to me, it's about finding this balance that we heard about in the opening remarks, capturing the benefits of AI, the transformations that it could make to healthcare research, energy development, basic everyday problem solving, without it causing both economic and spiritual disintegration. In fact, that might be our primary victory in the short run, is to be able to work together or separately on a regulatory regime that doesn't collapse our economy as we lose jobs at a pace that creates political disintegration, and that we don't collapse our cultures spiritually as we transition the human race away from the core basic meanings and purposes, conversation, friendship, creativity, problem solving, to machines too quickly. So to me, I think I wake up every day thinking that victory looks like preventing the worst, more so than capturing the best. But obviously, you want that balance in the end. That's victory to me.
Thank you. Madam Fu.
Thank you. Winning implies a finishing line. But with science and technology, it's not a short period of racing. It's every latest model is the best, and the next is better. So you wouldn't say you can stay winning just by one success. But it's a legitimate question because now, obviously, China and US are leading, but they're not able to collaborate. Science and technology is meant for improving human life, improving society, but the lack of cooperation of the major countries, major companies, is hurting the progress of the advance of science, and especially if the race is going against safety, like Benjo has on many occasions talked about it, that is even more dangerous. I remember it was, I think it was 2019, Dr. Kissinger, he was in China. We were discussing about the safety of AI, and he was very concerned that the China-US could not collaborate. And our agreement was that if China-US could work together, we might find a way to address this existential threat for mankind by the advance of fast advance of AI technology. But if each country tries to fight the other with the AI technology, then AI might win. So there is a higher risk for mankind.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, I would love to talk about, as the AI race has taken shape and has accelerated. It's interesting, the panelists, I think we heard so far, maybe questioning the goal of winning the race above everything else. But one side effect we've seen so far is it's spilling out of the digital and into the physical with the massive infrastructure build out that we have been seeing over the past year or more. And along with that infrastructure build out, we've seen a lot of public concern about things like environmental impacts of the need for computing power, the possibility that we might be in a financial bubble and what might happen if that pops. I know Google has thought a lot about these issues. I'd be curious how you think about the way that they fit into the kind of overall risk and reward calculus with AI.
Yes, thank you. We've always talked about developing AI boldly and responsibly, and we take that very seriously. Releasing our models only after they've been reviewed carefully, fine-tuned, gone through extensive red teaming. That commitment extends to the construction of data centers, where we are trying very hard to use sustainable resources to do it, to reduce the amount of energy, reduce the amount of water that's consumed for every query that's made. We want to make sure that we're responsible stewards in the way we do this. Even as it's right, we do invest more and more. We are at the same time also seeing real-world benefits from these technologies, and it's important to note that. The panels acknowledged it, but they range from Waymo cars, which will, I think, save hundreds of thousands of lives every year. Weather forecasting, flood forecasting, which is now covering billions of people around the planet, giving them advance notice of severe weather events. And also playing defense when it comes to cybersecurity. Some of these tools are in the hands of terrorist groups or adversaries. We need to be able to anticipate and get ahead of challenges we'll be facing in cybersecurity with tools like Code Mender, which can self-heal networks. So it is going to be a balance, and we want to make sure we're proceeding deliberately, intelligently, and in a holistic, collective way. Some of that is thoughtful regulation. We've long said that AI is too important not to regulate, and too important not to regulate well. And also there's a responsibility for the private sector here, working across standards organizations, ISO, the Frontier Model Forum, and others, to come up with a definition of what does good look like, what should you aspire to, and what should you avoid.
Wonderful. I'd love to turn now, there's been a couple mentions of international coordination or cooperation on AI already. I would love to turn to try and get as concrete as we can about what that could look like. Maybe Professor Bengio, starting with your thoughts. I mean, from what I've seen over the past year or two, maybe a couple of years ago, the closest thing to international coordination and cooperation was a budding effort to put out safety frameworks, frontier frameworks for the new risks that are emerging as the technology advances. So risks like as they become more capable at cyber offense, as they the AI systems become more able to help people develop chemical weapons, biological weapons, as the AI systems become more autonomous, perhaps able to contribute to AI R&D themselves. We saw a real wave of these safety frameworks being put out by companies. US companies put out frameworks. Some Chinese companies committed to putting out frameworks. I'm not sure if that's eventuated. There was some real energy behind that kind of industry-led international coordination, also around the Bletchley Summit and Seoul Summit. From where I sit, it feels like some of that energy has ebbed over the past 6 or 12 months. I'd be curious if you agree, and if so, whether you think trying to revive that process is the best chance for international cooperation, coordination, or where else sort of concretely you would push that.
So, yeah, I mean, there's a balance of things that have happened. For example, there were only 6 companies that had a security framework a year ago. Now there's 12. There was no effective legislation. Now we have the code of practice in the EU. We have legislation in California and New York, and other states are coming up in various aspects of AI. So I think that there has been progress, but of course, as you said, there's been also lobbies that are trying to prevent any state government intervention. Going back to the international coordination problem and some of the things that Madam Fu said, there are lots of things that can be shared. Like if we make progress on the science of safety, for example, it's in everyone's interest to share that information, right? So that's one example. Another thing that's good to start working on right now, even though we don't see a vision for the short term for international coordination, say involving the US and China, is technology that would make it feasible and easy to verify any kind of future treaty. And it can be useful even for verifying that companies are doing what they said that they would, right? So there are a number of groups trying to make sure that, you know, a treaty isn't just going to be something you have to trust the other party to do, but that can be verified. So in other words, technologically, something that would be different in the chips and the hardware that makes it possible to check, you know, things like how big of a model you're training and other quantities that matter. So yeah, I think ultimately the other thing I want to say about international coordination is the forces of competition are not helping, but if the awareness of the potentially catastrophic risks, whether by misuse or loss of control, grows sufficiently, then all parties understand that we could all lose if we don't coordinate. Like, it's not in the interest of any of the party that these catastrophes would happen. And then it's just like we've seen for nuclear weapons, except that it took like 15 years after the Second World War for getting these things going, and we may not have 15 years. We have to do it faster.
Would other panelists like to add on international coordination? Madame Fu, I know that you've spoken about the importance of international cooperation on AI. How do you see the concrete next steps forward at this moment?
There have been a lot of efforts actually at the UN level. For example, China is very supportive of UN playing a role in gathering a consensus on AI safety, broaden awareness. And the Bletchley process was also very important. It really tried to organize at the government level of what is called AI safety institutions collaboration. But unfortunately, this process is not moving forward. But the people who have been on the track are still talking with each other. I think it's very important for people like Ursula and Jeff Hinton and in China, Andrew Yao. There is a group of very important scientists who gather together annually, and they go a few steps ahead and set the warnings. It was 2024 when Benjo came to Beijing, and that's how I started. He educated me about the AI safety issue, and the meeting launched this red line statement, which really has become a kind of a going ahead of everybody and setting the standard, trying to set the standard. Unfortunately, the development has gone almost crossing the technology is almost crossing the red line, and there's still not yet a globally agreed regulative framework. That's very unfortunate, and that's why I think we should be aware that the geopolitics interference in the science progress is very dangerous.
Just to reinforce this question of crossing red lines, we've seen in the last few months, as I mentioned, cyber attacks that were in great part just run by AIs themselves. But we've seen also in many evaluations that the AIs, the most advanced ones, they now know when they are being tested and they are behaving so as to pass the tests. So it could be testing their capability to see if they have dangerous capabilities if it gets used in the wrong hands. Or it could be that they have good intentions, or they won't cross our moral red lines. But now we are in a situation, the companies are admitting, where we're not really sure when we get those risk evaluations what we're getting. And this is just, I think, a wake-up call to see that something we mentioned in the international report, that currently the science of mitigating the risks is progressing, but not nearly as fast as the capabilities of these AI systems.
I would just add, there obviously is an effective moratorium on the United States right now when it comes to interest in either domestic regulation or in international regulation. And a mandate for an American leader to prioritize working internationally to regulate AI doesn't come from nowhere. The industry right now is spending millions of dollars trying to suppress conversation in the United States at the state level and at the federal level around a regulatory framework. And so it becomes very difficult for there to be any president who's going to prioritize bringing this conversation to China or to our allies if there are hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on our politics in the United States by the AI companies and by the technology companies trying to destroy any enthusiasm or conversation about regulation. That's the political reality.
I think it's also a remarkable industry. I don't know that I've ever before seen an industry where the industry players themselves are spending an enormous amount to push against regulation, and then some of the leading employees inside those companies are spending their own money to lobby for regulation because they're so concerned about the technology that they're building. And that's
or leaving the company.
Or leaving the company and blowing the whistle, that's right. I'll turn to audience questions in just a moment, so please have a think about what you would like to ask our panelists. But one more question before then, perhaps Vice President Rikkunen, for you as a leader in the European Union, and then Mr. Walker, for you as a leader in a multinational company. I would love to hear, we're here in Germany, I'm based in Washington, D.C. We like to think purely about the US and China often. But I would love to hear about the middle powers and how you think about that. The EU, are you acting primarily as a bloc trying to compete as a superpower bloc? Do you think there's a role for coordination with other middle powers? I'm originally Australian. And yeah, Mr. Walker, would love to hear how you think about that, operating across borders as an American-based company.
Yeah, maybe coming back to that, the question that should there be international cooperation when it comes to rules in AI. I think certainly that we should have more international cooperation now and activities in this field. Of course, the European Union was the first continent to set rules to AI. And there we have also in our AI Act, we have very risk-based approach. So we see that most of the cases, the risk is very low where we're using AI. But then when we are speaking of the user cases where, for example, AI is operating the systems in the hospital, so in transportation, when AI is deciding who will get the job, then AI is making very important decisions which are having huge impacts to people's everyday life. And those systems, they have to meet certain standards. They have to be tested before they are entering to the markets that people can also trust to these technologies. We think that it's important basis for innovations that people can trust to our technologies. And also in generative AI, general purpose AI, we have also rules there about transparency, safety, security of the systems, respect of the copyrights. And there we have also a code of practice where more than 20, I think 26 companies, they were signing that they are committed, voluntary, take also these actions to make sure that they are complying with our AI Act. But I see that those countries who haven't set any rules to AI, they have to come back to that because, of course, AI, in the same time, when it's creating great opportunities, there's also risks coming, and we have to be also prepared for that. European Union is acting as a one bloc when it comes to our digital markets, to our single markets. We are boosting innovations and investments. We are heavily investing together with our member states now to AI infrastructure as well, setting up 19 AI factories and very soon now launching call for gigafactories. And we are doing it together with our member states and also together with the industry. And also we have digital partnerships with Canada, with Japan, with Korea, and of course these like-minded partners, Singapore as well. We're working also with Australia, Brazil. So really, I think with these partners, it's also important to look how we can also work in field of AI and also shape globally, of course, the rules on AI. Because I see that the safety should be interest of everybody globally when it comes to AI.
And we share the interest in a global framework and alignment and cohesion. We work with the Vice President's services and with Professor Bengio on the Code of Practice to which we subscribed.
Thank you.
Yes, we worked in California with Governor Newsom's office on a version of that in California with regard to transparency. And we remain engaged in a number of U.S. states, and we would support a federal framework for transparency, for some of these other issues. Many countries around the world are facing this challenge, from Japan to Singapore to India. Obviously, the UK is working through a variety of other issues as well. At the same time, we also have to recognize existing laws should apply to AI. And we need to think through the implications there because there's so many different applications of AI, from healthcare to online content to banking and the like, existing regulators need to think through how does AI change the work they've been doing. There's a lot of expertise there. We need to revamp it and re-energize it for this new century.
Thank you.
In China, the regulative effort has become, is growing gradually, and it's based on a decade of internet governance rules and regulations, and now we have incorporated AI into the law. And in China, the thinking is to try to strike a balance between safety and development. We call it small steps, fast pace. We launch AI management regulations every other year, and to try to also issue targeted measures to make sure that the regulation keep pace, but not to block the technological progress.
Thank you. Yeah, let's turn to audience questions. I think we have time for at least a couple. Over here, we'll start, and there's a microphone. And I'll remind, of course, we all know a question is maybe 1 or 2 sentences and ends with a question mark. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Nubar Fain, and my question is to Mr. Bengio. We're talking as though these AI systems will remain within the domain of how humans behave. But as you know, a week or 2 ago, there was with Moltbook a system which looks a lot more like nature and evolving capabilities that I think humans will never understand. If agents gain those capabilities, how are humans going to regulate what we don't understand?
Well, that is exactly why we need a lot more scientific understanding of what is going on, and a requirement in the future for companies to also know what they're doing, because right now, really, there's so much in terms of unknown unknowns, especially when you have millions or thousands, hundreds of thousands, I think, in the case of Moltbook, of AIs interacting with each other. That's completely unknown territory, and we're seeing strange things. These are not controlled experiments, so it's not clear what's really going on. But there should be more serious studies to understand these dynamics. We also have been seeing, by the way, over the last year, especially since the summer, dynamics of the interaction between people and AIs, where people become emotionally attached to an AI and can become, completely delusional in this loop with some serious consequences already. So there's really, this was not something that was on the radar screen a year ago. Nobody anticipated any of these things. And that is exactly why we need to be cautious, why we need to study those phenomena before they are deployed on a large scale without, knowing the consequences.
Another question? I will happily keep asking questions. Wonderful.
There's a question.
Over here. Thank you.
I was at Google a couple of days ago, and you were very proudly announcing how much more of your code is being written by AI. Do you think that this is safe at this point in time, given that all studies show that the code produced by AI is of a lot inferior quality compared to human written code?
We do have human review of the code that's being developed, but I would say the quality of AI code is improving. A lot of it is being done at a basic level. The humans are still doing the architecture, essentially, and the administrative tasks are being done by models. But this continues to advance. We're seeing great, and not just Google, Anthropic, others are doing very good work in terms of creating code-building machines. You've heard of vibe coding, where we're reducing barriers to entry. People who didn't have a background in coding are actually able to use these tools to create applications that are useful for themselves. So it's obviously an area to watch. We need to drive down the hallucination rate, make sure the code actually performs appropriately. But at the same time, again, there are adversarial attacks against code. Much code already that's written by people has bugs in it. We don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And AI can actually remove bugs and vulnerabilities in our existing systems. Again, Anthropic just published an example where they were able to identify hundreds of vulnerabilities in open source code that they're now working to remediate. And so AI can actually help us and get to a better than human standard in some cases. I suspect Professor Bengio wants to weigh in.
Yeah, no, I agree with the things you're saying, but I want to also emphasize that the public declarations from many in those companies suggest that they have a plan to advance, in particular, the ability of AI to do coding and research in AI. And the idea, in case you're not familiar with it, is that once we have AI systems that can code and do research in AI, as well as the best humans, that these AIs start really be driving the next generation of AI and accelerate that progress. Because once you train an AI, it's like you have a million of these in your data center running together. So there could really be a possibility for this kind of advances to really change the game and also change the balance of power, by the way, that this conference is about. And we should really keep an eye on this. Also, if the AIs are designing the next version of AI, then the guardrails coming from human oversight might not be sufficient to check that there are no backdoors and bad behaviors that we don't see coming in those future versions. So it's not something that is happening right now, but this is clearly the path that many companies are talking about in order to get to superintelligence. And we should be very, very careful about how this is going to happen, if it does.
Let's go just in the front here. Mm-hmm.
And thank you so much for the moderator and the panelists for the great discussion. I'm Mohammed, I'm from Sudan. As AI increasingly shape global power structures, how can nations in the global south ensure they are not merely participants in a system designed elsewhere, but active architects of AI future that reflect their own economic priorities, cultural value, and democratic aspirations?
Thank you. Which of our panelists? Vice President?
Yes, I see also that AI is something so important that everybody should have really access to that, and we should really support all the countries also to build up their capacities in this field, and like you said, also to really train and develop the models based to different culture and languages, and we see that this is a very important part, of course, of the technological future of the countries. So I think it's also important to support that kind of activities all over the world, that everybody is having access to these important tools.
And I would just say this is reflected in a conversation that happens in the United States. What freaks people out in the United States is the idea that there are going to be only a handful of companies that are going to control these enormous data sets and these enormously powerful capabilities, and that one person could wake up one day and decide to make a tweak to the code, the algorithm, the way in which the LLM works, and your existence has fundamentally changed. And so it is in, I think, the interest of the global south, the interest of the world writ large, but also in the interest of the constituents that I represent, to try to build out AI in a more decentralized way than it exists today. Now, we're very fearful of that in the United States because we see a much more centralized process in China. And we are told repeatedly that if you don't invest power in just a handful of companies, you'll lose this race. So add to the list of things that we should be talking about at a global level, how you build out a future platform in AI that allows for more decentralization. That's something that we can be talking about at that table as well.
I just want to repeat some of the words that my Prime Minister, Canadian Prime Minister Carney said at Davos recently. If you're not at a table, you are on the menu. So what this means is the countries that don't manage to be in an alliance to make sure they will have a say in how AI will be developed and deployed and how that power will be decentralized, right, could end up victims in one way or another, or at least decisions will be taken without their voice. And it's not clear right now how developing countries can have any chance at having a voice, but this should be the priority because there are lots of countries that are not the US and China, and when they get together, I think they are a force to be reckoned with.
These are clearly important considerations. My colleague James Manika co-chaired a UN report on the global perspectives on AI, trying to bring in perspectives from around the world. And we have commissioned research polling in different countries. And it's notable that the most optimistic region of the world about AI is actually the Global South, because they see the potential for clean water, for better healthcare, for improvements in transportation and energy, et cetera. So the promise here is great, but the need for wide input into the conversations and the values that are behind the development is also clearly important.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question, if we have another. We'll go here in the front.
Hello, I'm Khadija Bukhari. I'm a Munich Young Leader this year, and I'm from Pakistan. You talked about the fear of select companies, multinational, controlling AI and therefore controlling the information. My question is, isn't that the same risk that comes with if the government is controlling? Because there's also only select type of regulation that can happen. It requires resources, etc. So are we just changing faces from multinational companies to select governments that will still then be controlling the same narrative?
Well, certainly any time that you're talking about a robust system of government regulation, there's a risk of winners and losers being chosen by the government. But there is plenty of history in the way that the United States regulates emerging industries to show that we actually can prioritize protecting consumers, protecting human beings, rather than allocating who wins in a market or who loses in a market. You know, if you just started with some very easy steps like requiring watermarks for AI-generated content, keeping kids away from these chatbots, that doesn't give advantage to one company or another. It just protects human beings from the immediate abuses. So your question is the right one, but there is a way to do it that doesn't put a finger unduly on the scale.
And I would just add one quick thing. If we don't want to see concentration of power of the kind you're concerned about, you know, it can't be that we allow a single company to dominate or a couple, and similarly, we can't allow a single country or a couple to dominate. It has to be a world that is multilateral, where we manage that power so that we all win.
Thank you. I'm being told we need to wrap up our panel. I will thank you very much, and please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists on this important topic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'll continue with the program immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the program in the main conference hall in another minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, we've prepped the stage. I kindly ask you to take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now so we can continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, I can see all of you standing. We kindly ask you to take your seats now to continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, I repeat myself, please take your seats now so we can continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Isching.
Good evening. I hope everybody is finding their seats. Please bear with me. We'll take another 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure before this day of intense discussion concludes to welcome a very special guest of honor here before dinner time starts. President Macron of France has been here, I hope I'm right, at least 4 times before. So if my calculation is correct, this is his 5th appearance in Munich. And we'll try to give him a special certificate of honor for this repeated loyalty to the Munich Security Conference. We are very happy to welcome you here once again, Monsieur le Président. It's a special honor to have the President of France addressing this crowd, and I would hope that you will all give President Macron a warm applause of welcome. We've had in the earlier stages of today several presentations, including, of course, one by Chancellor Merz of Germany, about how Europeans look at the current state of play. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock or so, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will address this audience. And I hope very much that as we continue to discuss the state of the transatlantic relationship and the propositions about how Europe, how the European Union can assert itself, maybe more than has been the case in the recent past, I hope we don't lose sight of the fact that there is one, can I call it one elephant in the room, that's called Ukraine. We need to make sure that our efforts, that our focus continues to be on how to make sure that this country will not go through a 5th year of being terrorized by continued Russian aggression. And this is why we will tomorrow evening not offer our annual Ewald von Kleist Award to an individual personality who deserves to be honored. Instead, we've decided to honor the brave people of Ukraine. So now, without further ado, Monsieur le Président, I'd like for you to take the floor, address this crowd, and then maybe we have time for a few questions after that. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Head of State and Governments, Madame la Présidente de la Commission, ministers, ambassadors,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Dr. Ischinger, dear Wolfgang, first for organizing the upload before the speech, which is always the best guarantee. And second, to be, in a certain way, the embodiment of the transatlantic relation, because I was not here last year, but I see you're back, and this is the good news. Nevertheless, and I will try to address your point of self-assertion of the European, and I wanted to come today in front of you with a message of hope and determination. Where some see threats, I see our fortitude. Where some see doubts, I want to see opportunity. Because I believe that Europe is inherently strong and can be made even stronger yet. And this is now. That a stronger Europe will be a better friend for its allies, especially for the United States, and that everybody is asking us to be stronger, except our adversaries, of course, sometimes also, less understandably, ourselves. And this is what we need to remedy as well. And this is why I really believe, and I want to start with this remark, we need a much more positive mindset. And in support of it, I would like to start by offering a brief clarification. There has been a tendency these days in this place and beyond to overlook Europe and sometimes to criticize it outright. Caricatures have been made. Europe has been vilified as an aging, slow, fragmented construct sidelined by history, as an overregulated, listless economy that shuns innovation, as a society prey to barbaric migration that would corrupt its precious traditions. And most curiously yet, in some quarters, as a repressive continent where free speech, or I would say, where speech would not be free, and alternative facts could not claim the same right of place as truth itself. That old-fashioned and cumbersome concept. I want to offer a wholly different view. Europe is a radically original political construction of free sovereign states who conjured together centuries of rivalry and war to institutionalize peace through economic interdependence. And don't believe once again, this is an old-fashioned construction. This is what we need. This is what we have to advocate. And I see so many friends from the Western Balkans and Moldova here. They want to join the European Union. Why? Because they know the value of this approach. And we are too shy not to say we are in a certain way starting not to believe in ourselves, which is a huge mistake. Everyone should take their cue from us instead of criticizing us or trying to divide us. When President Putin came here 20 years ago to make the case for spheres of influence for his country, he was actually arguing for spheres of coercion at the expense of Europe. He was, in effect, advocating for the resumption of a doctrine repudiated even before the breakup of the USSR. We all said no. And it is the same resounding no that we are opposing to the reckless assault against Ukraine. But that line of thought, where your neighbors are considered as captive satellites, and they should be forced back when they stray away from orbit, has not disappeared. Quite the contrary, it seems to gain new traction. And to all those who are thus inclined, I would say, look at Europe. Obviously the European Union, but as well all these close friends of Europe, Western Balkans, Norway, UK, Canada. Look at what we can achieve with a partnership of equals. Look at that incredible space for the free movement of goods and people, a space of freedom, a space of peace and prosperity. Look at the life expectancy, health, equality and freedom indicators. And we still believe in science in Europe, even when we speak about health and this type of things. And I really believe it's much better. Look at our climate and competitiveness policies. Look at the number of EU Nobel Prizes and Fields medals. Look at how the European cohesion policies ensured economic convergence, and how citizens, their liberties, their press, schools, universities, and academic freedoms are protected. It is a space, not of coercion, but of cooperation. We should be proud of our European achievement and know our strengths. Obviously, we have to fix a lot of things. We were all together yesterday in a retreat to speak about our competitiveness. And we know the homework we have to deliver. But let's speak about our homework behind closed doors and let's deliver. But let's provide a positive image of ourselves and let's be proud of ourselves, because this is what our fellow citizens need. And this is, I really believe, the reality of this continent. We should be proud of our European achievements, indeed. And we Europeans are proud to play down ourselves and to endure that others would do so too. We shouldn't, period. This doesn't mean that we are not challenged, but let's face this challenge and let's fix them. But I wanted to start with this clarification. And I will not speak, perhaps you will have questions about Middle East. I will not speak about Iran, even if all of us, we are in total support with civil societies after what happened. But I want to focus precisely on our existential challenge, Ukraine. Ukraine today, Ukraine tomorrow, Ukraine the day after, and security in Europe. Ukraine is obviously the first challenge we have. And on this challenge, we delivered. We delivered. With a total assistance of 170 billion euro package, making Europe by far the main donor, and today almost the only source of military funding. We imposed 20 sanction package on Russia and entirely rearranged our economic model to reduce dependency on Russia. And very rapidly. Nobody thought in February 22 we would be able to do so. We did it. I fully support President Trump's drive towards a negotiated peace, one that should be just, lasting and robust. And I want to believe that we're getting closer. But as discussions are taking shape, Russia keeps pounding civilians and destroying energy facilities with the obvious aim of freezing Ukrainians into submission. The answer cannot be to cave into Russia's demands, but to increase pressure on Russia instead. And let us look at the broader picture. If you take this past 4 years, Russia, after invading Ukraine, is a weakened country. It squandered inordinate amounts of money on a senseless war and has now entered recession. It is isolated economically. It is completely dependent on China. While the country already had a severe demographic problem, it lost hundreds of thousands of young lives to an illusion. It meant to fight NATO expansion. Sweden and Finland joined NATO. It meant to weaken Europe. Europe is massively rearming. This is a strategic, an economic, and even a military failure. And when I hear some defeating speech about Ukraine, when I hear some leaders urging Ukraine to accept they are defeated, overpricing Russia in this war, this is a huge strategic mistake because this is not a reality. One day Russians will have to reckon with the enormity of the crime committed in their name, with the futility of the pretexts, and the devastating longer-term effects on their country. But until that time comes, we will not lower the guard. We must ensure that the settlement protects Ukraine, preserves European security, disincentivizes Russia from attempting again, and also doesn't give the rest of the world a calamitous example to follow. So the Europeans have a direct stake. As main actors of the support to Ukraine, as members of the coalition of the willing, as fellow inhabitants of the same continent, and because of the European destiny of Ukraine. First, we have to make sure that Ukraine is in a position to continue to resist the aggression. Last December, European Council decided on the 90 billion euro loan to Ukraine for 26 and 27, two-thirds of which will be devoted to military equipment, with a clear Ukrainian and European preference. And France will do its part, And I want to thank the President of the Commission for the hard work in order to deliver this package, and it will be voted in the days to come. Our Defense Minister just visited Kiev, our Deputy Defense Minister did the same, and we sent new equipment to Ukraine on top of what is done. And I want to thank Germany for the great commitment and all the financing. Second, we should keep going after the Russian war economy. We are preparing a 20-sanction package in the EU, focusing on the energy and financial services sectors. And we should continue to hit harder the Russian shadow fleet. Russian oil revenue is down 25%. And 75% of sanctioned ships do not return to Russia. We should definitely step up and generalize this effort against the Russian shadow fleet, because it's efficient and it's painful for the war economy in Russia. Third, we should intensify the work carried out with the coalition of the willing on security guarantees. Imagine 1 year ago, we were just looking at the US to try to clarify if they were ready to engage on Ukraine or pushing just for the end of the war without any condition. The big change during this year, this coalition of the willing, from the Canadians to the EU, Norway, Iceland, Western Balkans country, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, we finance 100%. When some US materials is delivered to Ukraine today through the coalition of the willing, it is financed by the coalition of the willing. So it's a first wake-up call, and it worked. We organized ourselves to frame the support to Ukraine, and we did organize and finalize in January with a clear political mandate the security guarantees for the day after the peace, in order to make this peace credible and sustainable. Our military staff are finalizing this work with now a clear backstop provided by the US and a monitoring process, but a clear commitment of all the Europeans and allies in these security guarantees. Fourth, the Europeans will have to agree to any possible deal, because they will be an essential part of any security guarantees, any prosperity package, any sanctions relief, any decisions on the European future for Ukraine. No peace without the Europeans. I want to be very clear. You can negotiate without the Europeans if you prefer, but it will not bring a peace at the table. It is for the same reason that I have decided to establish a direct channel of communication with Russia in full transparency with Ukraine and our European partners and our American allies. We will be part of the solution, and we should be part of the discussion. And we have our own European interests to defend in this, especially when it comes to the future of strategic stability on our continent. And this is for me the second challenge ahead of us. How will we, in the future, coexist in Europe with an unreconstructed, aggressive Russia on our borders? And we have to discuss this issue now. If we reach a settlement on Ukraine, we will still have to contend with an aggressive Russia, with a defensive industry on a sugar high and a bloated army. We will have to define rules of coexistence that limit the risk of escalation beyond current work on separation of forces after a future ceasefire. As Europeans, we will start with defining our own security interests. And this is part of such a peace deal. Should we accept the deployment of long-range missiles within distance of our borders? Should we accept Russian interference in our neighborhood? What does arms control look like in the age of drones? Will it be possible to define missile limitation arrangements in Europe, like the INF Treaty, while China has become a factor in arms control? And what about the nuclear domain, where New START, the last treaty still in force between the US and Russia, is now terminated? How will we rebuild our alliances in our immediate neighborhood when Russia is trying to maintain or increase its footprint in the Mediterranean Sea or in Africa, aligning with all the forces of destabilization? I'm clearly incomplete in this list. But all these questions have to be carefully prepared by the Europeans, because we will have to be at the table of these discussions, and these discussions will occur, and we have to be prepared. And we all forgot that a few years ago, we just lived in an order where all these questions were partially fixed by very old treaties, negotiated without the Europeans, for the Europeans, betrayed without any consentment of the Europeans, and sometimes with the withdrawal of some allies without any coordination with the Europeans. And I still remember the end of the INF Treaty. I discovered it in the newspapers, as all the allies. We have to be the one to negotiate this new architecture of security for Europe the day after, because our geography will not change. We will live with Russia at the same place and the Europeans at the same place. And I don't want this negotiation to be organized by somebody else, as the Europeans. Even in periods of less confrontation, it took sometimes decades to craft any of these treaties that helped mitigate the dangers of the Cold War. But the Europeans must start this work with their own thinking and their own interests. So my proposal today is to launch a series of consultations on this important issue, which we have started to flesh out with our British and German colleagues, but in a broader European consultation with all the colleagues here, with a lot of capacities, a lot of strategic thinking. I see my Swedish colleague and a lot of European colleagues. We will address together these issues. We will coordinate, and we have to face it. This leads me to the third challenge. How do we build leverage to enter into such discussions in a position of strength? Europe is rearming, but we must now go beyond. Europe has to learn to become a geopolitical power. It was not part of our DNA. We conceived ourselves as a political construction to provide peace. We delivered. Second, a single market to provide growth and prosperity. We delivered. Now we have to reform it in this new order. In this new geopolitical environment, Europe has to become a geopolitical power. It's ongoing, but we have to accelerate and clearly to deliver all the components of a geopolitical power. In defense, in technology, and in the de-risking vis-à-vis all the big powers in order to be much more independent. But when I speak about Europe becoming a power, I don't speak about France or Germany becoming a power. I speak about Europe. So we have to think and act as Europeans, I would say by design. And this is what we have to do now. And if this time of rearmament is a time of dis-synergies, of separation, or national power, it would be a huge mistake. We have to think now, power at the European scale. We have to think about our defense, obviously, but we have to reduce our dependencies through policies of European preference. This must be the case for the entire value chain, from AI and cloud computing, critical minerals, space, clean tech, as well as defense industries and design of armament. Everywhere we have over-dependencies. We have to de-risk our model, and we have to endorse clearly a European preference. Targeted, perfectly designed, and I want to thank the Commission for this hard work, but this is a necessity. We will be credible only if we are able to procure and produce what we need, without foreign strings attached. We have achieved significant progress last year within the EU. We have agreed on a defense readiness roadmap to 2030 to fill our critical capability gaps with standardized and interoperable equipment in Europe. And in this spirit, I believe clearly we have to follow up. This is why it makes sense to make the future air combat system together with Germany and Spain. It does make sense to have concrete projects like air defense with SAMP/T new generation with Italy and UK. It does make sense to have early warning system like JEWELS, our initiative with Germany. And we have to accelerate the cooperation we organized sometimes 7, 8 years ago, and we have to build additional cooperation. And I want to warn everybody, You have a lot of money on the European market on defense and security. If this money is used just to have national solutions, or just to favor the national players without a clear European approach, to build European standards, to make European simplification, and to play Europeans, and to help countries to deploy as well additional industrial footprints, we will waste our money, waste our time, and create a lot of dyssynergies. Huge mistake. So I'm an old-fashioned guy for these days. But I do believe in the FCAS, I do believe in JWELS, and I do believe in SAMTE new generation, because it's hard for me to understand how we will build new common solution if we destroy the few one we had. Sorry to say that. And we have adopted new EU financing instruments, such as EDIP and SAFE. And don't underestimate the strength of this instrument. We decided to raise money on the market for EU to make common protection. I don't want to pronounce any name, or I know the taboo sometimes we have. But de facto, we decided to issue money on the market, have common borrowing programs on defense. It's a very good thing. Because this money, we have a lot of appetite in the market to take it. There is an appetite for safe and liquid assets. This is European money. And it will be used for European solutions and European programs. It's wonderful innovation. We should actively expand our toolkit to include items of strategic value, such as deep precision strike capacities as well. And the European initiative called ELSA is very important in this regard, because it is something, despite the end of the INF Treaty, which will allow us to close the gap. And it's very important, the discussion we have with UK, Germany, but open to a lot of other European players, to have a new generation of long-range missiles that will give Europe a new edge. But credibility is not only a question of missiles. It is in large part a question of determination. If we want to be taken seriously on the European continent and beyond, we must show the world our unwavering commitment to defend our own interests. It starts, of course, with continuing to extend our support to Ukraine, but it could nicely follow with fending off unjustified tariffs and politely declining unjustified claims on European territory. This is what we did, and this is what we will do. Therefore, before concluding, I would like to mention briefly a last challenge, as many of us Europeans will soon have important elections. Defending our sovereignty also involves protecting the integrity of public debate and democratic process. And this is as well a question of security and safety for our democracies. And they are quite clearly under attack, and I speak under the control of several leaders largely attacked during the electoral process. And information manipulation, foreign interference amplified by online platforms and social media is clearly a critical issue for all of us. How is that the craziest and most harmful narratives can go unchecked in our digital space, where they would fall under the law if published in print? We started to deliver a good agenda in Europe with the DSA. This is a very important regulation, because for the first time we created the framework to regulate this platform. But how do you want to be serious and consistent when we speak about defense and security, and to say free speech means no regulation on our social media? Meaning free speech would mean I will give the mind, the brain, the heart of my teenagers to algorithm of big guys, I'm not totally sure I share the values, or Chinese algorithm, without any control. We are crazy. This is why we launched this initiative to ban under 15 years old access to social media, because it's a matter of health, but as well protection of our education and democracy. But how can we imagine that everything which is forbidden in the public space, racist speech, hatred speech, anti-Semitic speech, and so on, could be allowed in the digital space because it would be free speech. But I mean, we have a good knowledge of free speech. It comes from this very region of the world. We designed it during the European Aufklärung. I mean, there is a clear meaning of that. When you have free speech, you have respect, you have rules. And the limit of my freedom is the beginning of your freedom. And respect is part of free speech. If free speech... And it's a matter clearly of democracy. But as well, when we are democracies, we want to respect and we want to be respected. This is where we are. This is our view as well of the transatlantic relationship. And this is the basic of a good transatlantic relationship. And this is why it's extremely important we go further on the regulation of social media in order to preserve the DNA of our democracy, in order as well to preserve the integrity of our democracies. Because at the same time, we are opening the Pandora box and allowing a lot of hatred speech in these platforms and social media. We are too weak and too naive vis-à-vis external interferences and foreign interferences, no doubt. We should forbid the capacity of these guys to interfere in our public space. And we should ask this platform, first, to completely block trolls, bots. We have to be sure there is one single person with one account. If this is an AI system, if this is bought or organized by big organizations, it should be just forbidden. Second, we need the transparency of the algorithm. We are a democracy. We don't ask for the IP, and we ask for transparency, which is part of our democracy. Third, we need the responsibility of this platform when they don't respect our social order, when they don't respect our rules. And as the DSA allow us to do so, we have to go further in order to sue those who clearly decide not to respect our rules and our regulation. And we should block all those who allow interferences in our systems. So as you can see, it's quite a menu of things to do, and I will stop here. We should exhibit strength and tenacity on Ukraine. We should articulate among Europeans our real long-term security interests in our region and give ourselves the mettle and the clout to prosecute them. And at the same time, fortify ourselves as confident democracies. These are no mean challenges, and I really believe in the power of our audacity. This is the right time for audacity. This is the right time for a strong Europe. And this is such an Europe. Clear in the support of Ukraine. Doesn't mean to support Ukraine to the very last minute. Clear on the condition of a sustainable peace. Clear on the conditions vis-à-vis Russia and building its own architecture of security. Clear on how to de-risk its model. This Europe will be a good ally and partner for the United States of America, because it will be a partner taking its fair share of the burden. It will be a partner being respected, and we have to be respected. We did a lot, and we will do more, but we will follow this path, believe me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this really extremely interesting presentation. We have time for just a couple of questions, I'm afraid. And I'd like to start the questions by referring to something which Friedrich Merz, when he spoke earlier today, referred to. If I remember correctly, it was in the year 2020, 6 years ago, when you spoke here. You talked about nuclear strategy, You repeated what you had said earlier at the speech in Paris. And it is now 6 years later, if I'm correctly informed, that my government is now reacting by saying, yes, we are starting to talk. Could you talk about this again, please, and tell us, have we lost 6 years? Is our answer 6 years late? And what exactly could we expect if there is now going to be a dialogue, hopefully not just a Franco-German dialogue, but a dialogue between France as a nuclear power with her European partners? Please.
Thank you very much. I think it's normal it takes time because it's a very sensitive and complicated issue. But I want here to remind everybody that since the very beginning, the French deterrence, nuclear deterrence, has what I would call a European inspiration. General de Gaulle, since the 1960s, mentioned the fact that part of the vital interest of France was precisely the European footprint. So it's not new. And all my predecessors reiterate this approach. But I think in this very time and for me it's clear since 2019, and the unilateral withdrawal of the INF Treaty by the US, we have to reshuffle and reorganize our architecture of security in Europe. Because the past architecture of security was totally designed and framed during Cold War times. So it's no more adapted. Obviously, today we are 100% focused on the support to Ukraine, which is normal. But this new architecture of security will be part of a long-standing peace package, for sure. And it's extremely important in this regard to take into consideration all the capacities. Our own military capacities at the national level, perhaps some common capacities at the European scale. We should think about that. Long-range missiles and deep precision strikes. This is why I mentioned this capacity, because it's extremely important, at least to be credible in this dialogue with Russia, because they do have these capacities. So if you want to start a credible dialogue, sometimes you have to do more, even if this is to do less after a negotiation. But it's extremely important. And we have to re-articulate nuclear deterrence in this approach. And this is why we are conceiving, and in a few weeks' time I will detail that, but we engaged a strategic dialogue, obviously with Chancellor Merz, but with few European leaders, in order to see how we can articulate our national doctrine, which is guaranteed and controlled by the Constitution, with special cooperation, common exercises, and common security interests with some key countries. This is exactly what we are doing for the first time in history with Germany. And I think this dialogue is important by itself, but it's important because this is a way to articulate nuclear deterrence in a holistic approach of defense and security. And this is a way to create convergence in our strategic approach and strategic culture between Germany and France. And I think for me it's very important, because this is the cornerstone of such a path forward. I want to say as well, we have obviously a specific dialogue with UK as another nuclear power. And in Northwood, a few months ago, we finalized a new treaty precisely going forward in this cooperation. And we have as well, some leaders disclosed this discussion, and Ulf is part of them. So with Sweden, we have as well a very specific discussion, but with a selected approach.
Thank you very much. We have time for maybe one more question, because dinner is waiting. I'm looking for maybe the gentleman here in the third row. If you could please identify yourself.
Oleksiy Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup pour votre soutien à l'Ukraine dans votre discours. But my question is next.
Thank you so much, President Macron.
Unfortunately, less and less Ukrainians survive during these years. So my question is, when the coalition of willing will become coalition of sending troops to Ukraine now? Because when you are saying we will send troops after the ceasefire, it's a signal to Putin, don't end the war. But when you will say we are sending troops now, that's the signal there is no sense to continue the war. He will not achieve his goals in any way, because we need peace as soon as possible here in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. And let me express my gratitude for your French words and our respect to Ukrainian people and their strength and their resistance. What you describe is perfectly true, because since day one, what we decided is to help Ukraine in this resistance war, but to refuse to engage in an escalation process with Russia, meaning not to attack Russia on its territory and not to engage boots on the ground. So we still work in this limit, and you're right. And I totally understand your frustration and what you say. At the same time, we did a lot of things a lot of people thought as unthinkable a few years ago. I mean, sending fighter jets, tanks, long-range capacities, a lot of financing, etc., etc. So 1 year ago, a lot of people were just hoping that this effort will not stop. What I can tell you is, first, as Europeans, we provided a clear message. This support is not contingent to the financial support of the US. And it's very important because it is undervalued. We are no more dependent on the US financial support. The coalition of the willing members finance 100% of the war effort. We are still dependent on some US capabilities, some equipments, but we buy it to the US. They don't even give it. We buy it to the US. With European taxpayers' money, with Canadian taxpayers' money, Norwegian taxpayers' money, etc. So we de-risk from this point. Now what we have to do is clearly, to make clarification on the ongoing discussion. I don't see any evidence and confirmation that the Russians want to finalize peace now. They still bomb civilians, they procrastinate, and what they do, quite classically, is that they bank all the concessions being made by negotiators on territories and other things. So they want to last. So we have to organize ourselves to last and to resist. Today, if we engage and send troops on the ground in this situation, we take the responsibility of escalation. I'm honest with you. If we send troops on the battlefield. So I think today you will not have any consensus to do so, and I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, and I think we would be responsible of triggering, I think, probably a loss of control of the situation. What is important to us now is to deliver the package we voted and we decided, to put your country in a situation on energy and defense and security to resist, but as well to reconverge with the US on a common perception on the situation. As long as the US will have number one scenario, I have a short-term deal and I will favor this scenario, we will lose efficiency in terms of sanctions and pressure and so on. So I think our top priority should be in the weeks to come to re-engage with the US, assessing with us the fact that there is no more room for credible short-term negotiation, and putting additional sanctions, additional actions against the shadow fleet, and increasing the pressure on the Russian economy in order clearly to stop this war, but in a much better situation. This is my view. I perfectly understand and respect the fact that this view is not the ideal one for you, but this is, I think, a credible one, and on the short run, the best possible scenario.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm sorry to all those who wanted to ask additional questions. We've really run out of time. Dinner is waiting for, I hope, all of you, certainly for you, Monsieur le Président. This is why I would like to invite you once again to offer a round of applause to our speakers.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, continuous foreign policy. Thank you, enjoy your dinners, and see you later.